Hamas. So that was the original rhetoric. We've talked about this on the show, Hugh, that the original goal of the U.S. and Israel was to defeat Hamas. Now, the rhetoric you're hearing from the U.S. is we don't want things to ratchet up. We don't want things to get out of control, even as Israel has taken out some of the most, evil terror sponsoring leaders in the Middle East.
Vice President Harris, since Joe Biden abdicated 11 days ago, has not done a single interview or held a press conference. Are you surprised, Josh Kroshauer?
Look, she's having this halo since emerging as the nominee. I think there's been not a whole lot of skeptical coverage out there, and she's certainly benefiting from the change at the top of the ticket. She's able to campaign more vibrantly than Joe Biden and the president has been able to. That's not going to last, Hugh. I mean, she's going to have to do interviews. There's always a honeymoon period whenever you have someone new on the ticket. That's understandable, but she's going to have to sit down and explain where she stands on a whole host of issues. She wouldn't
even show up at the National Association of Black Journalists yesterday, Josh. I really don't think she's going to do any interviews. I don't think she will.
Well, I would be. I assume she'll do interviews. I would have a hard time imagining she's going to run a prevent defense for the next 3 months or so. But look, the polls have been encouraging, and Trump is making his own problem. I mean, Trump's appearance could have been an opportunity to make inroads with
Josh, I just played the entire appearance. I think he did just fine. I think Rachel Scott blew up her career, but more on that tomorrow. Josh Kroshauer, thank you for joining me. Follow him at Josh Kroshauer on X. Follow me the next day. Stay tuned for Mike Gallagher on many of these stations and on the Salem News Channel. I'm Hugh Hewitt. Thank you for watching and listening today.
Portions of the Hugh Hewitt Show are brought to you by Food for the Poor.
When you absolutely, positively need the truth, this is where you turn. This is the Hugh Hewitt Show.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. When you use Angie for your home projects, you know all your jobs will be done well. Roof repair? Done well. Kitchen sink install? Done well. Deck upgrades? Done well. Electrical upgrade? Done well. Angie's been connecting homeowners with skilled pros for nearly 30 years, so we know the difference between done and done well. Hire high-quality, certified pros at Angie.com.
Balance of Nature supplements, changing the world one life at a time.
Hi, I'm Kent. I just recently retired as a police officer for 31 years. Now that I'm retired, I can focus on what's important. My grandkids mean the most to me. It's very important to be active with them. Balance of Nature has been a really good product for me. I'm going to keep taking Balance of Nature forever.
Go to balanceofnature.com and get 35% off with your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code BALANCE.
This is the Hugh Hewitt Show.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-TERM-LIFE. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance to buy $1 million.
Securing America.
FBI Director Christopher Wray testifying before a House committee Wednesday.
The shooter may be deceased, but the FBI's investigation is very much ongoing.
Into the assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump. Wray confirming the shooter was able to fly a drone over the Pennsylvania rally grounds prior to the attack, that he got off 8 shots amid a massive security failure.
I want to assure you and the American people that the men and women of the FBI will continue to work tirelessly to get to the bottom of what happened.
The FBI also warning of an uptick in threats toward public officials surrounding politics.
It's a reflection of a broader phenomenon that we are seeing in this country where people, again, very passionate, I respect that, very angry, I respect that. But there's a right way and a wrong way to express yourself when you're angry. And violence and threats of violence just can't be it.
Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
The Point is KUSG, Hagåtña, Guam, 93.3 FM and 104.3 HD3.
Personal thanks from the president. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News. President Biden calling 5 allies this afternoon to thank them for their role in a deal with Russia, which freed 16 prisoners, including 3 Americans, in exchange for 8 Russians held by Western countries, including a Kremlin hitman.
The brutal ordeal is over for Americans Paul Whelan, Evan Gerskovich, and Alsu Kurmashiva, President Biden says.
It says a lot about the United States that we work relentlessly to free Americans who are unjustly held around the world.
The president says it also says a lot about the U.S. that Russian political prisoners were part of the swap.
They stood up for democracy and human rights. Their own leaders threw them in prison. The United States helped secure their release as well.
The deal did mean the release of Russian Vadim Krosakov, who was serving a prison sentence in Germany, convicted of killing a former Chechen fighter, allegedly on the Kremlin's orders.
Fox's Jared Halpern at the White House. Germany's chancellor says releasing an assassin was a difficult decision, but necessary, he says, to protect German and U.S. citizens and to show solidarity with the U.S. During his call with President Biden today, Turkey's president accusing Israel of trying to spread the fighting in Gaza to the wider region. His office says he expressed deep disappointment over the Israeli prime minister's recent speech to Congress. A tax cut package stalls in the U.S. Senate, blocked by most Republicans.
Rare is the moment that the Senate Republicans are even to the right of the House Republicans, but it happened today.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says the bill would have helped families and businesses, expanding the child tax credit and restoring some business tax breaks. Republicans say Democrats weren't serious about addressing their concerns with the bill. Stocks tumble after weaker than expected economic reports on the job market and manufacturing. The Dow down 496 at the bell. America is listening to Fox News.
Senator Chris Duenas is always focused, balanced, and ready. Focused on crime, Senator Duenas' MALIG legislation will put more police officers on the streets. Balancing our needs, Senator Duenas fought to get $20 million in additional education funds and $30 million appropriated to GMH. And Senator Duenas is always ready to take on Guam's newest challenges. His housing bills will allow for greater construction flexibility. Re-elect Senator Chris Duenas, focused, balanced, ready. Paid for by Committee to Elect Chris for Guam.
I'm Chris Duenas, and I approve this message.
Hafaday, I'm Senator Jesse Anderson Lujan, and I'm running for re-election to keep improving life on Guam. We need to rebuild tourism, build a new hospital, improve public schools, reduce inflation, and fight crime. There is so much to do, and I need your support to continue this work. I humbly ask for your support and vote this election. Thank you very much. Maraming salamat po, and to Luz Maasa. I'm Jesse Lujan, and I approve this message.
One state's near total ban on abortion stays on hold for now.
The state Supreme Court in Utah ruling the state's restrictive abortion law will remain blocked while a lower court determines whether it violates Utah's constitution. The law, which bans most abortions in the state, was passed in 2020 with a provision it would go into effect if and when the U.S. Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. That happened in June of 2022.
Fox's Jack Callahan. Utah also has a ban on abortions after 18 weeks of pregnancy, which is still enforceable. A California bookmaker agrees to plead guilty for his role in a gambling scandal involving the now former interpreter for baseball star Shohei Ohtani. Federal prosecutors say Matthew Boyer took thousands of bets from the interpreter and hundreds of others, but was running an illegal gambling business. He'll also plead guilty to money laundering and a tax charge. A special event in Boston to mark the 10th anniversary of the Ice Bucket Challenge.
Boston College baseball player Pete Frates started the challenge back in 2014 to help draw attention to the disease he had been diagnosed with. His mom, Nancy, remembering her son's motivation.
When this came across his feed in 2014, 3 words, this is it.
Now, 10 years later, hundreds gathering at Fenway Park in Boston Thursday to do the challenge in honor of Frates, who passed away in 2019 at the age of 34. They included Massachusetts Governor Maura Healey and Boston sports legends like Bruins defenseman Ray Bourque and NFL quarterback and Boston College alum Matt Ryan. The Pete Frates Foundation has raised more than $150 million for ALS research in the last decade. Kevin Uretsky, Fox News.
Recapping the plunge on Wall Street, the Dow dropping about 494 points. That's actually off the session lows. It was down nearly 700 at one point. The S&P also down more than 1%. The NASDAQ dropping more than 2%. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
I'm Vince Borja, a business owner with an MBA, a military veteran, and an educator. But life didn't start this way. My father was murdered in a drug deal, and I grew up on welfare in Guam's dollar homes. But I was determined to live a completely different life. Now, I'm running for senator to help build an economy that gives Guam's next generations career opportunities that don't include drug dealing. And your vote can make that happen. My name is Vince Borja, and I approve this message.
Boss, I got run over by a forklift.
Boss, I crashed a company truck.
What do we do? Our warehouse and inventory are gone.
Hi, this is Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and it's time for Risk 101. Everything you just heard are examples of risk your businesses can face. Our job is to ask the hard what-if questions and teach you how to reduce your exposures and help you recover if things go sideways. We've got decades of experience in Micronesia working with businesses big and small. Call AB Risk Solutions today at 777-2668 for a free inspection and quote.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
I'm Sean Gumatao. Economic development, crime reduction, modernizing GovGuam services, protecting the family, elderly services. A vote for me is a vote for these priorities in the Guam legislature. Vote early, vote for Sean Gumatao.
Paid for by Iloyu Sean Gumatao for Senator, William N. Regis, Treasurer.
I'm Tony Atta, and I approve this message.
Tony Atta produced quality legislation as a senator. Laws that prioritize our needs and keep our people safe. His Castle Doctrine legislation is the strongest law of the land, which allows us to protect our loved ones at home. But Tony's been serving our community long before he became a senator. So when people say, I'm glad Tony's back in politics, we say, no, Tony never left leadership. Vote Tony Atta for senator. It's time to bring back the quality.
Day and Good Morning Guam at 6:07 on Friday, the 2nd of August. I'm Donna De Jesus. We'll look at your local news on The Point. 27-year-old John Paul Charfaris and 30-year-old Jonery Marie Cruz have been arrested following the drowning death of a 3-year-old boy. The pair was charged after surveillance footage revealed the child was repeatedly held underwater and physically abused. The incident occurred last month at Villa Rosario condos in Derrida, where the child was seen floating in and out of consciousness in the swimming pool. The boy was taken to GRMC for emergency treatment and later transported to GMH in critical condition. He was declared brain dead 2 days later and died the next day. Charfaris faces charges of aggravated murder and child abuse, while Cruz is charged with child abuse, neglect, and other offenses. GPD continues to investigate. And 36-year-old Arfin Ricat, accused of robbing Liberty Game Room in Mighty, admitted to using the stolen money to buy meth, cigarettes, and BeetleNet. He faces charges of robbery with a deadly weapon, aggravated assault, criminal mischief, and theft with a maximum sentence of 21 years in prison. The robbery, which happened at 2:30 Monday afternoon, was captured on surveillance footage showing Ricat armed with a knife, taking $320 and damaging a $1,000 cell phone. He said he was under the influence of meth and threw the knife into the jungle. He has 4 prior arrests and 1 conviction. We'll have more news after this.
Wow, Bank Pacific, 70 years.
Yeah, that's right.
Are you celebrating?
You bet. For starters, we opened in 1954, so we're offering a very special personal loan with rates as low as 5.4% APR.
5.4?
And you can borrow up to $50,000 for whatever. Summer travel, back to school, paid on credit cards.
Can I apply online?
Yes, and at any of our convenient offices. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots for 70 years.
Equal opportunity lender. Conditions apply.
An emergency session will continue today as 12,000 public school students await a decision on Bill 317, which could impact the start of the school year. The bill seeks to allow GDOE to operate 18 schools pending sanitary inspection. Debate on the bill has led to proposed amendments, including the creation of an ad hoc task force to oversee school conditions. But the task force faced criticism for potential enforceability issues and unclear authority. Some senators questioned the practicality and timing, with schools set to open next week. And the Guam Election Commission is ready for tomorrow's primary election, introducing 2 new ballot counting machines. The machines tested at the UOG Fieldhouse can process 80 ballots per minute, significantly faster than the old models, which handled 30 ballots per minute. This upgrade aims to speed up vote counting with hopes to finalize results by 11 o'clock tomorrow night. GEC Executive Director Maria Pangilinan noted that there is only 1 ballot sheet to count, unlike the 2 sheets in the 2022 primary. But GEC Legal Counsel Vince Camacho warned that the faster counting could complicate reconciliation processes. Polling stations will be open from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. And those are your top stories right here on The Point. Now here's Ray with your weather.
And Donna asking, when is the best time to go and vote? If you don't want to be around people. This is the thing.
Vote early and often.
That's the qualification. As Sean Gumatata says, vote early. Be one of the old farts that show up like as soon as the door opens. I mean, the cops aren't even there yet. Yeah, that's what you want to be. Is the guy that just kind of marching in there, got my ID ready to go and do the voting. And it always smells better. It smells because everybody's still clean.
Strong perfume.
So go and do that. I honestly, it occurred to me while I was getting ready this morning. I have no idea who I'm voting for. I might have mentioned this the other day, but like the thing is tomorrow. Literally, the primary election is tomorrow. So it probably
political smartass.
Exactly. So you know what? Dr. Shea gave me the coin when we did the coin toss at the forum the other night. Dr. Shea let me hold on to his challenge coin, so I might use that. Flip it. Heads, I'll vote Republican. Tails, I'll vote Democrats.
Coin.
Yeah. And then so I'll let you know how it goes.
That commander didn't give us any challenge coin, Ray.
Oh, the colonel?
Yesterday,
Colonel, you know what? I forgot to take a selfie with him too. Yeah. Very rare. I mean, a lot to the follow up, the conversations towards the end, were all pointed in the direction basically of getting guys like Klitsky and Hermosa and Lee Weber and I together over on Camp Blas to go basically goof off and then shoot guns at that expensive.
Sounds good
at the range that they've got there. Yeah. So I was preoccupied with that and didn't get the selfie. Anyway, that's not what I wanted to talk about before we got into weather. I want to, and it will sound odd, but I want to congratulate Minami Ijima, who is now. I want to say her picture, and I've got it up on the meme machine. Her picture is now on every English-speaking website in the planet. Everybody is covering this story. They all got it from Fox News, and it has been carried everywhere. Paris streets littered by bicycle crashes during Olympics, triathlon, and wet conditions. And among the first things that it refers to is Guam's Minami Ijima was the first athlete to crash, and her tumble was soon followed by Brazil's Vitória Lopes, Germany's Lisa Turch, and Belgium's Jolien Vermeulen. And so I guess part of the point is even the agony of defeat and the fact that they had bikes racing, and this is not like a regular road race. I don't know if you know, they were competing on cobblestones. Yeah.
With like 1/4-inch tires.
What a pain in the ass that's got to be.
Super hard
and it was
tires,
wet. It was
Ray.
apparently wet out there, and
she's clipped in too.
And she's clipped in, so it's it's maybe not the best picture I've got of
the bike.
Minami Ijima, but worldwide coverage of Guam participating in the Olympics, and I think that's a good thing. And she didn't get beat up by a guy.
No,
like some of the boxing. We got to talk about that a little bit later on. In the meantime, here's the weather for today. It's going to be soggy. That's the forecast. The satellite imagery is working. And the radar imagery is working. I got the radar up on the screen right now, so you can see. It's hard to miss Guam. We're almost dead center in that shot, and we've already got some clouds with some rain that has moved through before sunrise. But now that the sunrise is coming up, we're going to see a little bit more of that coming in from the western side of the island, washing over to the eastern side. Mostly cloudy, obviously, with highs near 87 degrees. With the heat index, it'll feel like 92. South-southwest winds 7 to 14 miles an hour. Might see some gusts today, up around 18. Showers likely and possibly thunderstorms tonight. Cloudy skies again. Overnight lows of about 79 degrees. Forecast for Saturday, scattered showers. Thunderstorms are going to be passing through the area all day tomorrow. Man, what about Sunday? Sunday got anything? Partly sunny, it says, for Sunday. Fingers crossed we might be able to get some grill marks. sparks in. Highs near 86 degrees. Sunday night, overnight lows of about 79 degrees. There is a 60% chance of rain here today. Rip currents, jellyfish, sideways rains warning, according to Real Joe. Sunset tonight's going to be at 6:48, and the sun came up about 8 minutes ago, 6:06 or something like that. There it is. News and weather together on 93.3 The Point, brought to you by Bank Pacific, banking on the Pacific for 70 years.
For all your real estate needs, call the professionals at Hoffaday Realty. Jody, Saran, Libby, and Lolita, and they'll take care of you on every step of the real estate process. No worries. Just contact Hoffaday Realty at 588-4232 or 588-HOFFA or email them at hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. They're at 426 Challenge San Antonio, Suite 204 in Tamuning. Open Monday through Friday, 10 to 4. Hoffaday Realty for all your real estate needs.
It's sizzling out there, folks, and GTA's hot summer deals are turning up the heat. Switch to GTA and get up to $375 off a brand new iPhone 15 when you sign up for any unlimited wireless plan. That's $16.55 a month on our installment plan. But wait, there's more. We're waiving the activation fee and giving you a port-in credit. That's right, extra savings just for joining the GTA family. Limited time offer, terms and conditions apply. Visit GTA.net for more information. GTA, we start the summer with you.
Half a day. Kim Anderson from Security Title here to share some behind-the-scenes functions of a title company. First, we search the chain of title to property, and when a critical link is missing, we work with the owners to correct their ownership. When it comes to a sale, we work closely with realtors and lenders to ensure a smooth closing. Finally, we back up our work with a title insurance policy that guarantees the buyer they actually own the property. Security Title has the management of real estate closings down to a science. Give us a call. We are here to help.
And it's the easy signs that they use over there as well. Not the like really hard stuff where you need a one of those log calculators, like regular, like your iPhone calculator, and then you turn it on its side and it turns into one of those scientific calculators. I'm just saying, who's got time for that? 6:16 in the morning. Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by the guys over at APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home in Guam Regional Medical City. You know what? They're your health care partners.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Is it me, or is Paris showing the rest of the world how not to do the Olympics with everything? They just, here, go swim in our polluted river.
They get the worst
gross.
Olympics awards ever.
Yeah, what's in the river? Poo. There's lots of poo in the river. But go ahead.
Sorry about that.
It's safe. Go ahead and swim in there if you want to. And then when you're done with that, you get on your bike. Still, I wonder what it smelled like when they came out of all of that. And then you get on your bike and on what is it? What did you say? Half-inch tire.
Quarter-inch, maybe
quarter
wide.
inch, yeah. On
front and back.
On the expensive ones,
wet and slippery, cobblestone.
All by itself, kind of.
What a challenge!
Well, they are Olympians there. I don't really have any words for the last 2 hours that we just experienced. Said Australian triathlete Sophie Lynn. There was every single possible adverse weather condition, high current, rain, heat, humidity, like just everything, and the crowds there. Some athletes even withdrew from the competition due to the constant crashing, including Norwegian athlete Lotte Miller, who withdrew from the event after crashing and falling off of her bicycle twice. For the competitors who stayed in to finish the event, the constant crashing had an inevitable impact on the final results. Germany's Laura Lindemann fell off her bike with 3 laps remaining after being part of the 10-rider leading group. After the crash, she just never regained her pace. And I guess that's part of the challenge of the Olympics. And they've added a new one, apparently, for the women's women's boxing, where you know what the deal is now. You get to fight guys.
It's woman Imano.
Yes, exactly. I don't know if you've seen any of the. They're just heartbreaking pictures. It was the first thing that I saw when I was hitting Twitter X this morning and doing my regular doom scrolling as I'm getting ready for work. And this poor little girl, and the fight starts seconds into the fight. She gets a smack, bam, right in the face. And that was it.
Yeah,
she withdrew. I can't do this anymore.
Never hit a woman.
That's the way I was raised.
Unless you're role playing.
That's the way I was raised. Is you never raise your hand to a woman. And now they've apparently turned it into an Olympic sport. And there's a new logo for the Paris Olympics. Maybe you've seen this already.
Oh, man.
Already floating around out there. Picture of a girl, and there's the Olympic flame, and you got a bloody black eye there. It just
a red tear.
Yeah, and I feel so bad. I mean, I think that most of the free world probably feels bad about this, where you've got somebody, and can you imagine how if it was, we're talking about your kid, your daughter, right, who spent all of her life and preparing and practicing and sacrificing and training to get themselves to the Olympics, and crawl your way to the top of the calendar, finally get yourself in Paris for the Olympics, and you get to face off on a big sweaty stinky guy. Huh?
Nasty.
It just doesn't seem
Why
fair.
does this look like the Hunger Games, Ray?
Maybe there's a little bit of that. 20 after 6 o'clock in the morning. Hey, welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. It is the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray. Thrilled to be here with you, and mostly because it's Friday. Nope. Can I say no cap on it? Is it okay? Can I?
Go ahead,
Trying to figure out what the correct way to use that phrase is.
For real.
It's Friday, and you know how I feel about it. I would love coming in here and doing the radio show. I got Real Joe over there. We hang out. I got Donna D over here. We hang out. But
we're nuts, man.
There is that feeling that I'm going to enjoy tomorrow at 4 o'clock when I wake up just kind of on my own and not have to get out of bed. 4:05 might have to do it because the cat can hear me and says somebody's awake. Somebody's awake. That means there's going to be food.
What meow?
Food in the bowl with treats. That's what's going to happen. But I can make the choice on whether I want to get up and move or whether I want to just sit in bed and doom scroll on the phone, which is something that I've been doing a whole lot of lately. Anyway, 6:20. As I said, Real Joe gets the phone 888-825-5888. TALK. Yeah, Joe has been working so hard. We got a bunch of great 9 o'clock guests this week. It's just been fantastic. Just one after another, and one I'm looking forward to today is the Batman.
Boy. Yeah,
you were able to find him. We were talking
Batman.
Earlier this week. We were talking about this guy works up at Anderson Air Force Base, one of these environmental dudes that they've got up there.
I don't want to murder his name, dude. I can't pronounce it.
VOGT.
There you go.
Okay, that's the guy's name. Anyways,
Mr. V.
So he's in many things, but also kind of looking at enhancing parts of the northern end of Guam so that it is more attractive to fruit bats.
Oh, habitat.
Fanihi. Yeah. And there's a whole lot going. I mean, frankly, there's a whole lot of really cool animal-related environmental stuff floating around. So we got that guy with the bats, buddy of mine with the snakes, and I kind of gave him a hard time. I saw him last night. I said, Shaney, man, you haven't told me all this fun stuff that you're doing. They're going out there and catching solly birds. They're catching the birds, put radio transmitters on them. I don't know what kind of songs they're playing on those radio transmitters. Oh, that's right,
because they're just killing birds, right? They're not eating them.
They're
like murder.
And then the brown tree snakes,
the murder snake,
that are fighting the sallies and will kill them. With every intention of eating them, but they're just incapable of doing it. And it's interesting behavior that they haven't seen in a long time. Anyway, so we'll have a conversation about that later on in the broadcast. 6:23 in the morning. Donna D is going to be taking care of news and headlines for us all morning long. And there's some interesting things floating around. By now, it should be on your phone. If it's not, you're nobody. It's the way I'm saying that, it's gone village viral. I've gotten it from at least 3 or 4 people. So it should be floating around on your phones. Anybody
God, I'm a nobody.
Did you get stuck in that accident on Route 16 last night?
Thank God, no.
Wow. I mean,
no.
the footage, the images that are coming off, and you kind of look at these shots and go, you got to be kidding. People survived that? And they did. They got one car, looks like it got rolled over the side of another car.
Pictures, yeah.
You did see those pictures, right? So
what were they thinking?
I don't know. I don't, and I've always, I always
sounded like a dad.
I always see things like this, and cars on their side or cars rolled over, and I go, how does that happen?
We try every day, Ray,
combination
and we can't do it.
Of foot brake, handbrake, clutch,
Close your
headlight
eyes
dimmer.
for 3 seconds.
What combination of the equipment do you have to nudge incorrectly to get your vehicle to go on its side?
Disable the ABS,
and B, roll over completely. Believe it or not, the injuries were minor. 3 people taken to the hospital with minor injuries as a result of
Thank
that.
God.
And if you got to get into an accident, getting in an accident about a mile away from the hospitals, probably a pretty good idea. Anyway, got more news and headlines like that. We'll get around to yakking about it before too much longer. In the meantime, we have to say good morning to all of these gay Parisians here.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see the troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name. You want to go where people know people are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name.
Gang, all here today. And right off the top, one of our favorite pineapple growers, Brittany Tollefson, at number 1 here today. And
good morning, Britt.
You got to follow her. She got some crazy stuff floating around on her Facebook posts.
I can't, man.
Sometimes they're pictures of upside down pineapples.
I might fall for her, man.
The kids wanting to learn how to grill food and do barbecue chamorro style. All of that stuff. Today, an interesting meme. I don't think I've seen it before, but she's got a meme on her thing that says, "I'm not the right person to stalk. I'll post stuff just because I know you're watching." Which is the fun. Which is the fun of social media, is it not? Good to have you online there, Britt. She's followed by Ismael. I got Auntie Bennett, Lujan Duenas, and want you to vote for all of these people: Tony Ada, Jess Lujan, Sabrina Salas Matanani, et cetera, et cetera. Let me see. Republicans all the way, except Fisher, as she always says. Jigo Jarhead. I got Brennan Fosto online. Ken Augustin, half a day to you. Brittany says, "So rainy, LOL, happy Friday to the Point family." Alpha Kev Canetta, there's Ken Augustin. Juanita Machi doing her wavy thing. Lori Duenas, that's Lori with a Y, is online. I got Jay, not Rojas, Nauta. So I think we might be full up on the Jays already. Let me see. Henry Menglotnia is online. Dean Bates. Hey, buddy. Nice to see you. And nice to see, he's got a picture. It's not on it's on his wife's page. And she's wearing one of those like mesh tops. Right?
For the beach?
Yes.
Okay.
And the question is, did she get one for me and you? Come on, Dean. Did Alma get us mesh tops for the beach?
A little selfish of her, man.
I'd wear it, bro. Friday night, beach night. Let's go. Juanita Machi, like I said, online. There's James Bondo. Offer to Nate Horn. Elena Garcia saying, "Good morning, Point Familia." John Solis. Calvo is there. Nice to see you, Johnny. We got Henry Maglonia. Jerome McDonald checking in from stateside. And Tony and Edwin Pinko. And, real Joe, I don't think we've seen the last. Wait a second, I'm getting a visual. I'm conjuring a visual in my head.
Never left.
Tony Adam.
No,
with a
he
mesh.
never left.
With a mesh top. It's in my head now.
I'd pay to see that.
Jeff Pleadwell in a mesh top. JB St. Nicholas. I'll stop. I swear to God, I'll stop. Nice to see. Let me see. Lena Ismail. I don't believe the statement. Okay, here it comes. I don't believe the statement of, quote, "Our country is being ran into the ground by Democrats. Childless cat women" was derogatory. I feel JD means that a mother has a greater purpose of responsibility about the future of their country than a non-mother. Yeah, there's a real investment that gets made in all of that stuff. It doesn't make any difference. It doesn't make any difference.
Yeah, dude, drink some coffee, bro.
We saw yesterday the Donald Trump, who was invited and showed up, I think knowing that he was going to be walking into some tender, uncomfortable territory. But he was there. He stood his ground, and it was like he was in a debate. In this interview, like in debating the moderator, the girl that was asking the questions.
Yeah,
she'd ask him the question,
yeah.
he'd answer it, and then she'd just start attacking the answer. And I'm going, this is kind of nasty. I think
very
Trump is right.
rude.
And so we're going to have our side, and our side will say that Trump was treated very, very poorly at that deal yesterday. And, of course, everybody is going to take Trump's mean non-tweets and his responses and turn those things around and make him look like the bad guy. Where in all of this was Kamala Harris? Where was she in all of that?
She was
he could make
cackling.
it. Why couldn't he make it?
Greens.
Why couldn't she? Eric Chong is online. I got Matt Galendez. Let me see. More from Ismail. Secretary Service Counter Sniper Whistleblower says there will most likely be another attempt before November because of how deep the corruption in the service is running.
He's still alive?
Time to go private. Ismail, me and you.
Man.
I'm qualified because I watched The Bodyguard.
He did.
With Kevin Costner
More
and
than
Whitney
once.
Houston. Oh, I've got it on DVD. Bro, I got that Blu-ray DVD. When she's
We're ready, Ismail.
When he foils the assassination attempt and she's up on stage and she screams out, "That's my bodyguard." I feel that. It's visceral to me
Down
every
to
time
the
I watch
soul,
it.
baby.
Yeah. So I think I'm qualified to take a bullet for Trump. Jerome says, to recap about balati yesterday, balati on the Chinese seafood ingredient menu is identified as sea cucumber.
Ooh, more balati.
Absolutely.
Balati.
It's a vegetable. Rudy Rodolfo, the original Burger King, is online. Christine Oliver, stay dry, be safe, and happy Friday. Big sister Shelly Gibson online. Did I already say Rudy Rodolfo, the original Burger King?
Good morning, Your Highness.
What did we got? The fiery menu, right? The fiery menu coming soon to BK.
Everything's fire.
We'll let you know.
No cap.
No cap. In a mesh shirt. Let me see. Beautiful Sarita Garin is online. She says, finally Friday. Absolutely. Raining cats and dogs early this morning. Andy Terlahi. There's Jesse Nanetti, Aurelio Pareda. Keith Dixon might be in Vancouver, Washington. Keenan McCausland reporting 100-degree weather up there.
Oh.
But it'll rain soon. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Raining cats and dogs early this morning. Christine Oliver says, maybe that's why I feel so tired. I don't know. I loved it. There was a sound that was being made against the windows of the house this morning as I was getting ready. I was listening to that heavy rainfall.
Right when you wanted to.
Almost makes me want to go back
more.
to sleep, yes. Auntie Bennett's there. Brad Rasala checking in from Saipan.
Hey, morning, Saipan.
Hey, Sir Frider. Let me see. Dwayne Santos and Lena McDaniel. Half a day to Ali Malakas says, good morning, Ray, Donna, Joe, Jerry, and everybody have a wonderful day. Safe weekend. EOD Kaboom is online.
Hot wives.
I checked.
Great dads.
I checked with the Colonel yesterday.
Yeah?
Gavea from the Marine Corps
Did he
base.
concur?
He concurred.
He
Hot
concurred,
wives.
yes, sir.
Absolutely.
Right
yes,
away,
sir. Elizabeth Mendiola Kichitu is there. Kevin Kinata, Zerot Young, half a day to Joey Kichitu. There's Stephen Blake.
Real guy.
Absolutely.
Hey.
He might actually have some cool pictures of that accident yesterday. Johnny Atulai Titan of Buenos Aires to Guam's favorite fisherman. There's Chris Frank from also languishing in Hawaii.
Morning, Hawaii.
Till he gets home. One of these days, we're going to have the, what is it called? The one-legged man ass-kicking contest. He's going to be the.
That'll do it.
It's going to be an Olympic sport, and Chris is going to be our man. Let me see. I got F. Ramos, Trina San Augustine, Johnny Coleman. That's Johnny Utah. Says, good morning, lovely, says Trina San Augustine.
Slow it down.
Auntie Bennett.
You slow down,
says,
girl.
me slow down, her slow down.
No, her.
Me. Balloon smuggler. Auntie Bennett says, Ray, vote red. We'll see what the challenge coin says. Simon Sanchez online. Joe Takai. Joe Ann Cruz. Half a day to Tattoo. Shauna Fujikawa Stickles. Good to have you online. Patrick and Martha Toves. Buenas and half a day to Dave Duenas. This is the weekend, Dave. Hopefully all of that campaigning, all the emails, and all of the black and white pictures that you've colorized on Facebook.
Get it on.
Hopefully all of that will finally turn the key and get you in at least through the primary. My running buddy Roy Burgess online sent me a couple of screen caps of races that are down the road. It's going to be another busy month for 5K runners and all the organizers. Verna Tsargaloff Mendiola.
Hey, Verna.
Back to school for teachers at GDOE today. Fabulous Friday with all the rain. Verna.
Good luck, girl.
You know, I know that there's still questions lingering over at the legislature, but I want to toss this out here because it kind of takes me back, harkens me back to the old days when I think it was Carl Gutierrez's administration, and they would on the first day of school, there would be government people at all of the campuses, as many of the campuses as possible. You know, they'd send the senators down there. They'd send a governor, lieutenant governor, you know, staff people.
The biggest welcome back.
Exactly. Yeah. And they were all out there, you know, just kind of clap as the kids come into school and, you know, make their way in to begin another school year, another educational year. And I don't know why we stopped doing stuff like that. You know, it was kind of nice. And there were always some private sector businesses, people out there with like stickers and folders. In the very least, you know, everybody had these pens that you could buy with your company logo and stuff like that. But nobody ever does that anymore. I think, Verna, I don't think we've got time enough to do it now, but maybe like a welcome back to the kids on the campus, maybe some small scale.
Like sorry about that.
You guys can put together real fast. Michelle, Conception, Stephen, Liz.
I'm going.
Are online. Sarita says, sorry, boss, I can't come into work. Something's wrong with my eyes. I can't see myself coming into work today. Hava Ken Augustin F. Ramos is there telling everybody, please slow down, Brown. Brittany says, it's okay. I'll catch you, Real Joe.
Oh, boy.
Toka.
And here we go.
Let me see. Leslie Senicolas. Carl Meyer is checking in. There's Dean and Liza Castro. Off a day to Valerie Carbolido. Auntie Benita Menglotnia. That's Benita Metsanita online. And Alicia Duenas Anderson saying good morning to the entire Point family. Good to have everybody online. Sorry if I missed your name. That just means you gotta throw something into the mix someplace and make yourself noticeable.
Yeah, make a move, man.
Like Peter Sanchez. The guy comes in.
Shoot your shot.
He just comes in to trigger all the Doug Moylan lovers that are out there. And that's cool.
Beautiful.
That's cool because then I put Doug Moylan on the radio so I can trigger Peter Sanchez.
Fair is fair.
All right, 6:35. And Peter, I hung out at the place for a while last night waiting for you to come by and buy me beers.
Oh, you put on his tab again, right?
Did I got stood up.
Sorry about that, bro.
It's all right. It's okay. I found myself the cheeseburger that I wanted, though, anyway. Anyway, 6:35, just quickly checking the YouTube side. Make sure these guys are all set up and comfortable. Juanita Machi over here as well. Rabbi Agigi saying good morning. MP Ogo, that's the high-talking security chief of the YouTube lair. He's online here this morning. It's always a reminder for me to tell people about the Queen of Hearts drawing. At 7 o'clock tonight, VFW up in Jigo. They did not get a winner last week, so that means that there's some dough up for grabs. My Grenadier Mall pal, Renee Lau, online. A reminder to everybody to go and watch the evolution and the construction now of, it will probably be record-breaking, even though they're probably not going to be record-breaking it.
So huge.
The Empire State Building.
So big.
Landon or Brandon, one of the two guys, is going to put on the monkey suit and recreate the King Kong movie where he actually
I want to
up
be
the
the
thing.
banana.
I want to be the banana. SP Borja online is tuned in. He says Vern Bates's baby back ribs are on the charcoal. Vern, where are you right now that you're doing baby back ribs? God, this is so good. Is there still a Tony Aromas here?
There is.
Where?
There's one right down here.
Just a Tumon
the
one,
Royal
right?
something. Yeah.
I missed the old one when it was above where Ball Scratchers is.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? That was
the
that.
original,
That was
yeah.
another good place to go. Tattoo Sean Gumatau says, good morning from Telefofo via Dedido Wave. Oh, my God, they're going to be out there waving in this ugly weather. Vern Bates online, electronic cheating machines. Oh, he's got to be talking about the voting deals. Jack LeMay is online. Bad Boy 671 Barbecue says TGIF. And in half a day, Robbie Agigi is already starting to retract his messages. Something about was it the shirt that I was telling you about?
Yeah. It was.
Those are sexy, man. I'm just saying I don't know why more men don't wear them. Anyway, it's 6:37 in the morning. I'm sure there's a lot to get to. In fact, we're going to try to hook up with Nick Delgado, who is actually on the scene in Paris, France. Get an idea of what's going on out there. To what degree he's been able to play around with some of the athletes from Guam. How Minami is doing after the crash and the withdrawal yesterday, and just all of the other things that people are observing in Paris while the Olympics are still underway. Down to deal with news and headlines. First big crack at it. Opposite girl, what's going on? What happened here?
A 4-vehicle crash in Barragata Heights led to 3 people being hospitalized with minor injuries. The incident occurred around 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon by Mobile and Vinnie's Mart. 6 people were involved and 3 were taken to GRMC. GPD closed northbound lanes on Route 16 for investigation, causing traffic delays. The lanes reopened around 5:20. And there will be load shedding in August and September. GPA states this is a precautionary measure following substantial progress in addressing the island's energy capacity shortfall, including integrating a new 20-megawatt power package. The Yucadu power plant is nearing completion, with recent upgrades and maintenance also boosting capacity. And Harry S. Truman Elementary School has passed its public health inspection with a C rating, receiving 38 demerits. The inspection ensures the school is ready for opening next week. Only 18 of 41 public schools have been inspected, prompting legislative discussions on allowing uninspected schools to open on time. And those are your local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray.
We got a C. We got a C.
Yeah, we did
well. Yeah. You know, when I was a student,
C minus or C plus?
And I'd get a C. It was always followed with a note to my mom about how I'm really an intelligent and bright young person if I only applied myself. Do we get to throw all of that crap back at DOE saying, you're a bright and intelligent superintendent with a bright and intelligent field of people working.
High hopes.
If you just exerted yourself a little bit more, if you just asserted a little bit more, study a little bit harder, you got 5 more minutes than the other guys, and you're going to be all right. Do the work on the homework on the bus and the way home. Don't wait until you get home to do it, because by then you're lazy and just want to watch TV all day. Come on, you got to crack all that stuff in the hallway while you're waiting for the bus. For heaven's sakes, if you just worked a little bit harder, maybe we'd be able to get a B grade. Has any of the schools? Here's a good question. Maybe I'll reach out to my friend that works over at DOE that will tell me things. Is how many schools, did any schools get a grade any better than a C? Have any of them that got inspected gotten any grades better than a C grade? We'll see what we can find out. Maybe you can help out. Let me see. There's Bob and Connie Bartonico online here this morning. Tammy Bumba is there. Peter Santos is online. Says, sorry, Ray. Had to leave early for a family event. I left after 1 hour. What, the family event or the place? Bob and Connie, like I said, Steve and Liz. Johnny Utah says, stock market isn't doing very well today. I guess investors aren't excited about Kamala, and Antioli Elliott is online as well. I didn't mean to do it this way, but while Donna D was telling the story about the crash on Route 16 yesterday, I accidentally included the picture of Manami's crash. I didn't.
Yeah,
I was just scrolling.
Yeah.
I was just scrolling through there, but I didn't actually mean to say that was part of the crash on Route 16. But thinking about it now, it's funny as hell. 20 away from 7 o'clock in the morning. I'll be right back.
Shelley Calvo, successful entrepreneur, philanthropist, proud mother and grandmother. Shelley's broad experience spans from Silicon Valley management to chairing Guam's Homeless Coalition. As our senator, Shelley will create career opportunities for our next generation, pull people out of poverty, and will vigorously protect Guam's children from predators. Shelley is equal parts passion and compassion. If bringing values and unity to the legislature is important to you, please vote Shelley Calvo for senator.
I'm Shelley Calvo, and I approve this message.
KFC's $5 breakfast deals are the best and most affordable ways to start your day. The Colonel's Chicken and Rice Bowl, $5. Chicken fried steak, $5. Sausage, biscuit, and gravy, $5. And they all come with a fresh coffee. KFC $5 breakfast deals are served starting at 6 a.m. daily at your favorite KFC restaurant. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
I'm honored and humbled that you allowed me to serve you in the 37th Guam Legislature. The one thing I love about this job is it allows me to be in the right place to help make a difference for the people of our island, whether it is working toward bettering our education or working toward crime prevention or helping diversify our economy. I'm asking you again for your support this upcoming election. I'm number 4 on the Democrat side. Thank you very much. My name is Dwayne St-Nicholas, and I approve this message.
This item is paid for by the committee to re-elect Dwayne T.D. St-Nicholas.
What's that? Things starting to clear up. Maybe I'm getting not quite sunny skies, but it looks like drier skies out on the eastern side of the island. That's where Jeff Feds has taken these sunrise-ish era in the day pictures. In time to maybe if the sun was going to show itself, it would be about now. And that picture is not showing any sunshine whatsoever. On your roadways, we'll take a quick look at what's happening, see if there's anything that's going to slow you down this early in the morning besides the wet road conditions. Standby says I got to reload. Okay, one. This is like when I was at the gas station the other day, right? You know, I got everything taken care of, and I went up to the guy, and he put the card in the machine, and he makes this noise and said a word under his breath that I cannot say on the radio. And I said, what happened? He says, I've got to reboot the credit card machine. it only happens when you're in a hurry. Anyway, so a little bit of traffic up at Anderson Air Force Base, 36 Wing Commander outside, shaking hands with everybody, saying, welcome aboard, sailor. Southbound Marine Corps Drive all the way through Dededo, looking pretty good. Not even a lot of traffic over at the intersection of 1 and 3 right now. And Micronesia Mall intersection, from there on to Route 16, you might see a little bit of traffic slowing down just before you get into anything heavy on Route 16. I want to say towards 8, 10, and 16. Is that right? No. Let me quick review of the map here. Looks like it's slowing down just as you're making your way up the hill, trying to get to the 76 Circle K at Ocean Vista, all the way down to 8, 10, and 16. Things are looking good at the intersection. Hardly anything on Route 10, Route 8 into town. Maybe a couple of spots by the intersections that'll slow you down. Definitely going to see that happening on the Route 4 side. If you're all the way into the downtown Gatineau area, nothing major. You are going to find some intersection traffic over at the airport. Likewise, around the ITC building, and maybe even a little bit closer at the Horse and Cow intersection. Looks like we've got a little bit of a slowdown through there as well. Downtown Gatineau looking pretty good, and then from there all the way down to Big Navy in Petey, you are going to find a couple of spots just before you get to the Petey Cemetery. Is that northbound, southbound? I might have to zoom in on that to take another look. Is it? You think it might be? Yeah, it could be. Yeah, it looks like southbound Marine Corps Drive, right around the port area, is going to slow you down. Nothing major through there. Expect some delays over at Polaris Point because it flooded us up there, and likewise on your way into Big Navy and Sue. My God, that was a cluttered report. There it is, news weather together here on The Point.
Senator Chris Duenas is always focused, balanced, and ready. Focused on crime, Senator Duenas' Malik legislation will put more police officers on the streets. Balancing our needs, Senator Duenas fought to get $20 million in additional education funds and $30 million appropriated to GMH. And Senator Duenas is always ready to take on Guam's newest challenges. His housing bills will allow for greater construction flexibility. Re-elect Senator Chris Duenas, focused, balanced, ready. Paid for by Committee to Elect Chris for Guam.
I'm Chris Duenas, and I approve this message.
Hafaday, I'm Senator Jesse Anderson Lujan, and I'm running for re-election to keep improving life on Guam. We need to rebuild tourism, build a new hospital, improve public schools, reduce inflation, and fight crime. There is so much to do, and I need your support to continue this work. I humbly ask for your support and vote for this election. Thank you very much. Maraming salamat po, and Sidus Maasa. I'm Jesse Lujan, and I approve this message.
I love Guam, and I've been so humbled by your support. On Saturday, we have a choice. We can vote for the same old politics, or we can choose a new era of experienced leadership in Washington, D.C. I will make you proud, serving you in a Congress that I know well. I will show up and fight for you every day, and all who believe in Guam will find a partner in me. So please get out and vote Ginger Cruz for Congress. Guam's future is in your hands. I'm Ginger Cruz. I approve this ad, and I humbly ask for your vote.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Simon Sanchez writing in says there will be load shedding is not what GPA is saying.
No what?
Rather, if there is load shedding, here's the schedule. There was no load shedding in August, et cetera, et cetera. Thanks very much, Si. I appreciate that. The clarification, because it was odd that we're talking about additional generation. And then, oh, by the way, here's the load shedding schedule. And go, but you know what I did get? I did get? What? There, but for the grace of God go us, right? There's a story in the Hawaii News where they're talking about load shedding, maybe rotating power outages today in Hawaii. Something went south there, and like what can happen, what has happened in the past, where you've got all of this next generation renewable electricity and all of that, but then something that actually is big and provides a whole lot of the rest of the horsepower for the system. When that goes down, when that gets taken out of the operation, all of a sudden they go, oh yeah, there's going to be load shedding because the wind, it's not windy enough for the big fans.
Turbidity.
there's turbidity.
There's turbidity in the air.
Yeah. It's too cloudy for the solar. So yeah, brace. I'll share that with you before too much longer. The headline from the Guam Power Authority: capacity gains bring GPA closer to phasing out rotating outage schedules. And like I said, I'll share some of that with you before too much longer. In the meantime, I got Senator Will Parkinson on the line.
You do.
All right, and fresh
Your
from
neighbor?
the Paris Olympics, I believe. Good morning. How are you doing in your events?
Oh, I am just got back to the island this morning. Took my little baby to the Philippines so that she could see her grandparents, and I'm ready to come back and do some Guam stuff, right?
yeah, like sort out whether or not we're going to have school next week for about 18 campuses that have not been inspected by the Department of Public Health and Social Services and probably aren't going to make it for the start of the school year. Your associate, Kane Duane, doing his best to ensure that the schools open on time, but obviously there are concerns about the safety, the sanitary requirements of the Department of Public Health and Social Services that we're not sure that they're going to be able to meet.
Yeah, it's certainly a not good situation.
Yeah, so we either have the standards and apply them, or we don't apply the standards, which had been the case for a long, long time. I'm trying to figure out which one we can do without.
Yeah, because I grew up in the double session era. I went to Jose Rios and it got blown down, and I was at Agata for like 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
And so, my perspective is a little skewed because I grew up with double session and I thought it was fantastic. But, people might not feel the same way 20 years later, No. So I definitely understand the points of, the important thing is these kids get the time in school and get the education, because you don't get those hours back. You can't kick that can down the road of time in school. And, even though I love my double session time, I went to school from 12:30 to 5:30. And that was only 5 hours of instructional time when normally we were getting closer to, 7 to 2, closer to 7 to 8 hours. And so, it's
I don't know. It's a conundrum. I mean, so why insist on these standards if we're not going to follow them? I mean, and that applies to the GDOE rules. It applies to the Department of Public Health and Social Services rules. So we're going to have to figure out what can be done, because apparently we're incapable of seeing to the timely inspections of the schools. Anyway, that's not what we're going to be talking about today. A couple of things: virtual power generation and a virtual grid. You've got a piece of legislation introduced the other day that will provide for that, and I think the guys over at the Guam Power Authority, I think they're kind of headlong with that plan already, aren't they?
Yeah, and this expansion of the virtual power plant is continuing on the work that Senator Clint Rigel did previously, because we saw that there was some opportunities to get federal grants and nonprofits to take part in the virtual power plant program if we allow them to. That Biden infrastructure bill that he had, there's some money there for solar stuff, and so let's take advantage of it as much as we can.
Okay, all right, but how does that? Will that virtual plan that you were talking about here, and forgive me, I haven't read the entire thing. Would that provide for capabilities for me as a homeowner with a roof to be able to generate solar and process it through the house, and then feed that back into the system and either be compensated or get the equipment for nothing?
Well, that's currently the system we have now with the virtual power plant already on law. That was what Senator Clint Rigel was able to do before he left. What I'm doing is just expanding what he's already built upon and just opening it up to nonprofits and other players that want to take advantage of some of the federal dollars for solar.
Well, I was kind of hoping that there was a plan out there that would let me get all the gear for nothing, and then have some kind of compensation back from the Guam Power Authority. More on this subject a little bit later on. I'll see if I can wrangle in the guys from the CCU and get their thoughts on the legislation that you've introduced. I spent a little bit of time yesterday talking about another measure that you have introduced, and I was kind of delighted to see it because I think it will provide, and depending on what kind of amendments come through, it will provide for severe penalties for the dealers of crystal methamphetamine methamphetamine and the dealers of fentanyl on Guam. I'd like to see the punishment as harsh as possible, although the only difference in my thinking is if you are convicted of selling and distributing crystal methamphetamine or fentanyl, that's an automatic life sentence. In your case, it's a murder charge or, in the very least, a manslaughter charge if somebody is killed as a result of ingesting the fentanyl or the meth.
Absolutely. You know, and actually I'm very proud of this legislation because, you know, public safety was not one of the campaign issues I ran on. But as a senator, you can't, like, punt all the issues that you didn't run on, you know? Like, I'm not blind. I see the problems that we have here. And I couldn't sit on the sidelines. And when I saw an opportunity to really stick the nail in the coffin on these guys, why don't we? You know, we allow for murder charges for Schedule I drugs. Let's expand it to Schedule II drugs so that we also catch the meth and fentanyl dealers. Because honestly, screw those guys.
Well,
anybody that would put that poison into our community, like, throw away the key on that.
No, I agree. I agree, but I don't want to wait until somebody dies as a result of that. I think if we and the cops know who these guys are, and maybe they're just tired of arresting and rearresting, but in the case of somebody that is convicted of crystal methamphetamine dealing, can we not make that a life sentence? We know that fentanyl is a deadly, deadly drug. I mean, just right at the outset, and I think it's designed. I think they make it purposely attractive so that it is something that people almost can't avoid in their drug lives, and even small doses can kill you. So it seems to me that we shouldn't have to wait until somebody dies as a result of it. You get convicted of dealing fentanyl, life sentence.
Shoot, I'm open to that idea.
Yeah, simple. It's a simple amendment. I just don't want to. I don't want to link it to homicide or murder. I just say crystal methamphetamine is bad, ice is bad, and you're going to continue to deal this stuff in our town and continue to drive. I don't know how do I want to say this? Continue to contribute to the lowering of our standards of living here on Guam. I think that's a high enough crime to warrant a death penalty. Now there it is, Freudian slip. Capital crime.
Wow.
Yeah.
Aggressive.
There's nothing wrong with the firing squad every once in a while, if you ask me. I mean, we got a conviction.
God,
it's otherwise I got to pay for the guy's meals and lodging for the rest of his life.
3 hots in a
Sorry,
car.
that's the conservative in me. thrown out there.
No, I understand.
But you know what I mean.
And some of these stories, like, makes a liberal like me believe in the death penalty. Like, I saw that story about that poor little kid that was murdered by his parents.
Oh,
God, that was one of the hardest things I've ever had to read. Like,
read the story.
It made my stomach turn.
Yeah, the story in the news is one thing. The magistrate report on it is a whole other. And can you imagine the shock and horror maybe of the people over at the emergency room when the baby was brought in? That's got to be something hard to swallow, hard to unsee when that happens. 6:55 in the morning. And now you're just back from the Philippines today. I've been on that flight, so I'm not going to keep you on very, very long.
Yeah.
We'll talk a little bit more. We'll talk a little bit more after you've gotten some rest. Are you gonna?
You got any presidential jokes? Not crazy.
The entire campaign has turned into a joke, and you can talk about that. I think from either side, just kind of ridiculous what we're seeing and the gaslighting that seems to be coming out of the Kamala campaign. And by the way, isn't she supposed to still be doing vice presidential stuff? There's still that going on, right?
Does the vice president do anything? I didn't think they did anything.
You're making a lot of friends on my side of the fence today. I'm going to let you run before we screw it up.
All right, take it easy.
Welcome home, Senator.
Welcome back.
Welcome, sir. Always good to have you back in town. 6:56 in the morning, 888-825-5888-TALK. Gina Marie Tenorio, call online asking to vote for you-know-who. There's Valerie Cruz, F. Ramos. Big curve on those DOE school inspections, I suspect. Marie, like, wait a second. Wait, they got a C? All right, we can do at least a C. If Harry Truman is able to open up at the C, then we're guaranteed to be able to do all of this stuff. Dwayne Santos, happy election eve. There is that. Is there, Marie, about the ball been online here this morning? And you can tell it's election eve. It's starting to get a little bit thick. We've got commercial breaks that are going to be coming up, and where they would normally be filled with, mall stuff or shopping stuff or, car stuff or whatever. It's all these politicians humbly asking for your one vote in the primary election. And it's going to be a doozy. Has anybody isn't what? This is not Vegas. Unfortunately, I wish it was. I wish there was a place.
Baby.
I wish there was a place where we could go and see like an online gambling thing that was like totally secure, where we could see. Donna knows exactly where my head is at. What are the odds for Mike Sinnicklis to win the Democratic nomination in this primary election? What are Ginger's odds? What are Amanda's odds? Is anybody? I mean, who's laying serious money down? There's got to be somebody, because I know my island town.
Yeah.
And I guarantee that there are bets
gambling
floating around here all over the place. Somebody has put more than $1.50 or a case of beer down. On who is going to win.
At least a couple acres.
I wonder who
of land.
That's how it's done, isn't it?
That's how it's done.
Who do you suppose Jimmy Moylan put money on?
Oh, that's a good question.
He would deny it if I asked him. He would deny it, but you just know between him and Bobby Schringy, right? They're going, one guy's going, no, it's going to be Mike, man. It's going to be Mike. And the other guy's going, I think I'm feeling Ginger. I'm feeling Ginger here.
Oh, yeah.
All right, $100 bet. $100. Put it into Kidding. We'll just distribute it. Demand to hold this money. Too hard? Sorry about that. All right. 888-825-5888. Okay. I don't have enough time for this. There's at least one story, one magistrate report that didn't turn my stomach. Most of it is family violence and terrible family violence story that hopefully we don't have to bring it too many times here this morning. But then there's another story about a guy that got busted for attempted retail theft for trying to steal a pack of Black Label Spam lunch meat.
Ooh, that's the good one.
Is it because the price tag that they attach to it is out of this world?
It's less salty.
Yeah, but is it $100?
Oh,
that's what the magistrate report is saying.
That's spam for the affluent, Ray.
Is it? It's like Jones spam, Calvo spam. Okay, gotcha. It's 7 o'clock in the morning. We jump into Fox News on The Point.
Be back on U.S. soil tonight. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News. Americans freed by Russia in a prisoner swap are on their way to the U.S., where President Biden and Vice President Harris will be there to greet them at Joint Base Andrews in Maryland, the next leg of their journey home.
The Wall Street Journal newsroom here in Washington, D.C. burst into applause after receiving the news that its reporter, Evan Gershkovich, had landed in Turkey and exited a Russian military plane. He was one of 4 Americans, including Paul Whelan, who had been passed over in previous prisoner exchanges. Alsu Kurmasheva, a reporter for Radio Free Europe, and Vladimir Kara-Murza, an award-winning journalist and dissident who opposed the war in Ukraine, who served as a pallbearer at John McCain's funeral.
Fox's Jennifer Griffin. Russia freed 16 prisoners in all to get 8 Russians in return, including a convicted assassin who was serving life in prison in Germany.
Multiple countries helped get this done. They joined a difficult, complex negotiations at my request.
President Biden thanking allies for bold and brave decisions, he says. The freed prisoners include dissidents who had worked with Putin opponent Alexei Navalny. He died in prison. Vice President Kamala Harris had a call with his widow today.
The United States stands with all of those who are fighting for freedom in Russia.
Also reaffirming a commitment to bring home every American wrongfully detained or held hostage. Harris speaking as she left Houston a short time ago after giving a eulogy at the funeral for Texas Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee. The leader of Hezbollah warning of a new phase in conflict with Israel during the funeral for a Hezbollah commander killed by an Israeli airstrike in Lebanon. This as another funeral was held in Iran for a top Hamas official who'd been a lead negotiator in Gaza's ceasefire talks.
The ceasefire and hostage deal is the pathway to ending this war. It is the pathway to getting all of the hostages home.
National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan says they remain determined to get a deal done. America is listening to Fox News.
Inafamaulig za respetu i mas tatkilo gitanota. Irin ang kolonya si Ginger Cruz gi sa Guahan, agof toktok ezusia na hinengi. Mapoksay gwizan hami, o maskwela gwizan hami, matoto gwizan hami. Sinceros and magahid i kurasonya, sa sentarong i gunaizanya pariislota. Sinya hat ti pareo I hagata, lo pareo I spirituta. Bota si Ginger Cruz para Kongresu. Guaha planunya za ti paru na lati italanta.
I'm Ginger Cruz, and I approve this message.
I'm honored and humbled that you allowed me to serve you in the 37th Guam legislature. The one thing I love about this job is it allows me to be in the right place to help make a difference for the people of our island, whether it is working toward bettering our education or working toward crime prevention or helping diversify our economy. I'm asking you again for your support this upcoming election. I'm number 4 on the Democrat side. Thank you very much. My name is Dwayne Nicholas, and I approve this message.
This ad is paid for by the committee to re-elect Dwayne T.D. Nicholas for senator.
Former President Trump meeting with the FBI for a victim's interview today as the probe of last month's assassination attempt continues as the Republican vice presidential candidate visits the southern border.
U.S. Senator J.D. Vance, former President Trump's running mate, is getting an up-close look at the U.S. border with Mexico. The border is a key policy point for both Republicans and Democrats, with the Biden administration blamed for its lax enforcement of immigration.
They stopped deportations on day one. They stopped construction of the border wall on day one. We see the border wall sitting here, ready to be completed behind us, and that can't happen because of Kamala Harris's administration.
Vance speaking in Cochise County in Arizona, where officials have long complained of an unregulated border with illegal crossers. Eben Brown, Fox News.
An American swimmer makes history at the Olympics. Katie Ledecky winning silver in the 4x200-meter freestyle relay today. That's her 13th medal, now the most decorated female in swimming history. Algerian boxer Iman Khalif approved to compete in Paris despite failing a gender test with the International Boxing Association, wins a first match with a female opponent. Quickly.
It was a very one-sided fight with Italian Angela Carini. After just 46 seconds and several sharp punches to the head, Carini abandoned the match, saying it was unfair. Khalif has competed in other international tournaments, including the Olympics, but was banned due to elevated levels of testosterone. Taiwanese boxer Lin Yu-ting is also competing in the Olympics, also failed the gender test according to the International Boxing Association, and will fight tomorrow. Olympic officials defended their decision. In London, Craig Palcott, Fox News.
A sell-off on Wall Street, but it could have been worse. The Dow finishing down 494 points, was down nearly 700 at one point. The NASDAQ dropping over 400 as well. That's more than 2%. And Lisa Brady, Fox News.
For all your real estate needs, call the professionals at Hoffaday Realty. Jody, Saran, Libby, and Lolita, and they'll take care of you on every step of the real estate process. No worries. Just contact Hoffaday Realty at 588-4232 or 588-HOFFA or email them at hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. They're at 426 Challenge San Antonio, Suite 204 in Tamuning. Open Monday through Friday, 10 to 4. Hoffaday Realty for all your real estate needs.
Senator Chris Duenas is always focused, balanced, and ready. Focused on crime, Senator Duenas' MALIG legislation will put more police officers on the streets. Balancing our needs, Senator Duenas fought to get $20 million in additional education funds and $30 million appropriated to GMH. And Senator Duenas is always ready to take on Guam's newest challenges. His housing bills will allow for greater construction flexibility. Re-elect Senator Chris Duenas, focused, balanced, ready. Paid for by Committee to Elect Chris for Guam.
I'm Chris Duenas, and I approve this message.
Are you looking for some eye-catching wheels? Need new tires? Maybe you'd like to spruce up the interior with accessories. Find what fits your ride at Proline. Call 646-5528. Follow them on Facebook at Proline Guam for all the juicy updates.
The priorities of the leadership of the Guam Congress Building in Adelup are far from yours and mine. I'm a family man. The cost to take care of them is rising. As a small business owner, the economic climate is more challenging than ever. As a resident of Talafofo, our homes, relationships, and values in southern Guam are under threat. Vote for change this election year. A vote for me is the first step. Iba Guam.
Paid for by Eloy Sean Kamatata for Senator, William N. Regis, Treasurer.
Are you planning a trip to the Philippines this summer? Why not come back feeling healthier and more rejuvenated? At the Medical City, we offer world-class healthcare services, including comprehensive executive checkups and top-tier aesthetic treatments for as low as $530. Imagine lounging on white sandy beaches, shopping at top-tier shopping centers, and indulging in premium healthcare all in one vacation. Book your summer getaway now and experience the best of both worlds. The Medical City, your trusted partner in health.
Your 7 o'clock local news is brought to you by AB Risk Solutions.
Half at 8, 7:07. I'm Donna De Jesus. Here's a look at your local news on The Point. After the Supreme Court denied his request for a rehearing, AG Doug Moylan suggested that senators consider making the judiciary an elected office. Moylan argues that the court's a recent decision diminishes his office's power to enforce Guam law. He believes an elected judiciary would be more accountable to the public. Currently, Guam's judges and justices are appointed by the governor and confirmed by the legislature. Moylan's proposal comes amid ongoing disputes over his office's role in investigating government corruption. Legislative leaders have indicated that further legal analysis would be needed to address Moylan's suggestion. And the Guam Motorsports Association is pushing for the reopening of the Guam Raceway Park in Jigo. The park was closed due to controversies over mineral extraction. GMA supports Senator Amanda Shelton's Bill 325, which proposes a 5-year lease for the raceway, but the bill was moved from the Appropriations Committee to the Land Committee, delaying its progress. GMA spokesperson John Birch Jr. and supporters expressed frustration at the legislature, urging for the bill's public hearing. They fear Senator Therese Terlahi's competing Bill 287, which mandates a commercial lease, could make reopening financially unfeasible. GMA hopes to negotiate a lease through Shelton's bill, which does not require commercial terms. More news after this.
Boss, I got run over by a forklift.
Boss, I crashed a company truck.
What do we do? Our warehouse and inventory are gone.
Hi, this is Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and it's time for Risk 101. Everything you just heard are examples of risk your businesses can face. Our job is to ask the hard what-if questions and teach you how to reduce your exposures and help you recover if things go sideways. We've got decades of experience in Micronesia working with businesses big and small. Call AB Risk Solutions today at 777-2668 for a free inspection and quote.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
The future of the CIFA Learning Academy campus remains uncertain following a Superior Court hearing yesterday. The case involves eviction proceedings initiated by landlord Eagle Land Holdings, who was seeking over $1.6 million in rent arrears. The lease expired in June of last year, with unpaid rent accumulating since then. CIFA's attorney argues that the charter school is a government entity and disputes the eviction claim. Witness testimony from Guam Academy Charter Schools Council Chair Vanji Cepeda will help determine if CIFA qualifies as a public entity. The next hearing is scheduled for August 13th, when the judge will decide on the eviction and back rent issues. And Guam's Fitness Expo and premier bodybuilding show will be held on September 14 at the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse from 8 in the morning to 9 o'clock at night. Hosted by WNBF Guam, the event features fitness activities, workshops, vendor booths, and food trucks. Highlights include a 5K run at 6 a.m., the Guam Powerlifting Federation Championship, indoor cycling, and the Strongman Strong Woman Challenge. The main event, the first one bodybuilding show, starts at 3 o'clock. Athletes and judges from Asia and Australia will participate. Tickets are available at guamtime.net, with early birds sales ending August 17. And those are your top stories. Back to Ray with weather.
Is this only for girls? Because the picture in the PDN is only girls that I saw.
Because it'll attract more sales.
Yeah, I'm sorry. They're
go.
doing marketing. That's what's happening.
Good morning.
Because I was gonna compete in the bikini competition. What? I can feel it out.
I support you, man.
I got the A's.
I'll be there.
I got the A's. All right. Just wondering about that. Just needed to get some clarification. Where is the clarification on the weather? Do I actually need the weather forecast to tell you it's going to be soggy and raining today? I did. I looked outside, and it's not so bad. I'll get the weather gizmo up on the screen. The radar is online and working here this morning, and showing massive clouds that are moving right through the middle of the island. You're going to start to feel this up on the back road to Anderson here. If you're not already feeling it, it's going to get heavy. I don't see anything coming in from the southwest, so maybe we'll be in the clear for a little bit. Otherwise, scattered showers, thunderstorms, overcast skies today. Daytime highs 87 with a heat index. It'll feel like 92. That's the same forecast for tonight. Obviously, there's no sun, so it'll be a little bit cooler, maybe 78, 79 degrees. Gusty, 18 miles an hour, 20 mile an hour winds today and tomorrow in the forecast. Things might dry out by Sunday, but I'm not going to hold my breath on that this weekend. I think I just make the prep for a weekend full of, I don't know, inside chores or inside fun. How about that? 60% chance of rain today. If you're going out by the waters, be careful. Jellyfish, rip currents, and rain coming in from the side. Sunset tonight at 6:48, and sunrise this morning was at 6:06. There it is. News and weather together on The Point.
I'm Tony Atta, and I approve this message.
Tony Atta produced quality legislation as a senator, laws that prioritize our needs and keep our people safe. His Castle Doctrine legislation is the strongest law of the land, which allows us to protect our loved ones at home. But Tony's been serving our community long before he became a senator. So when people say, I'm glad Tony's back in politics, we say, no, Tony never left leadership. Vote Tony Atta for senator. It's time to bring back the quality.
This time check is brought to you by Amanda Shelton. It's time for a delegate to secure my generation's future. It's time to vote Amanda Shelton for Congress.
Paid for by Shelton for Congress, Johnny Cool Torres, Treasurer.
Shelley Calvo, successful entrepreneur, philanthropist, proud mother and grandmother. Shelley's broad experience spans from Silicon Valley management to chairing Guam's Homeless Coalition. As our senator, Shelley will create career opportunities for our next generation, pull people out of poverty, and will vigorously protect Guam's children from predators. Shelley is equal parts passion and compassion. If bringing values and unity to the legislature is important to you, please vote Shelley Calvo for senator.
I'm Shelley Calvo, and I approve this message.
The Coconut Wireless is back. The Ray Gibson Show.
It never left.
Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Oh, sorry. I just had to toss that in there. 713 portions of the Ray Gibson Show brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. You know what? I knew he was going out there because we'd had a meeting over at KUM. Said, "What you up to, Nick?" He says, "Going to Paris, baby." And so I'm wondering what event are you competing in, Nick?
Hey, Ray. I'm definitely over the jet lag phase of my events out here, but right now I'm getting ready to hit the hay and cover Regine Tagati from Team Guam as she gets ready to compete in the 100-meter sprint tomorrow.
Well, I was going to say that's kind of the next big deal here, but let's go over a little bit of what Team Guam has already done. I'm joking, even though it's not really a joke, but Minami Ijima is on the front page of virtually every English language speaking website in the world because of the terrible conditions in the triathlon that she participated in yesterday. She was not the only one that fell down on her bike and had to withdraw. Absolutely terrible set of circumstances. I like her attitude about wanting to come back in 2028, back to the Olympics, not necessarily back to Paris. But what are you hearing from her and other Guam Olympians?
Yeah, it was incredible because I was there right as they hit the water in the Seine, and just seeing them go into that water. Of course, that was the concern, right? There was high pollution levels. That's what they were testing.
Poo-poo. There's poo-poo in there. Isn't that pollution, Nick? It's poo-poo.
Exactly. And so the men's event was pushed to the day to right after the women's, and so people are already saying, could the women have been kind of the were they put to test in how clean the Seine was? But it's crazy because you mentioned how slippery the roads were, and that's what led to her nasty spill that everyone saw when they were watching and tuned into the Olympics. Those days, a couple of days prior, it was dry, it was hot, and so this is something. This is that unexpected weather that kind of hit when I walked out of my hotel room that morning. I was like, oh no, I need a rain jacket. And as soon as I got there, it was kind of worrisome because you have cobblestones along the route and the slick roads.
Terrible set of circumstances. Otherwise, as you said, Regine Tagati's representing Team Guam is going to be doing her running deal tomorrow. Anything else involving Team Guam in the last 24 hours that you can report on? Again, this is Nick Delgado from KUAM doing his stand-ups and coverage of the Olympics in Paris, in France. Maybe you've heard of the place. Anything else going on with our team guys?
Yeah, so Monday, our Maria Escano, she competed in the judo competition. She put on a really tough fight for about a minute and a half. She went up against actually her opponent's a good friend from Guinea, Mariana Estevez. And unfortunately, while she didn't place, she didn't win in that competition. Again, it was a really good fight that she put up, and it only gives her, again, that motivation to work on what she needs to. After she was the first of Team Guam to compete as Maria Escano, then it was Minami, who was local time in Paris, was just yesterday. And as you mentioned, she's ready to go for LA in 2028. But one thing I want to get to before we move on to the next athlete is that Manami, she was mentioning that the cycling isn't her strength when it comes to triathlons. And so at least she is able to pinpoint what she needs to work on, how she needs to maneuver if the conditions out there on the roads do, if they are the same again, if she ever experiences that.
Right. I know her primarily as a runner, so but I also know that she's significantly trained in the other disciplines in the triathlon as well. Anything else that people are talking about? What kind of buzz has a couple of males pretending to be girls competing in the women's boxing? That's a big buzz all over social media today. Is it a big point of conversation in Paris as well?
That's one of many, but it's not something that I'm tracking at the moment. Can I talk about one thing that I did spend some time going to cover, or not cover, but watch and then speak on?
Of course.
So I went to the women's gymnastics competition because it was Team USA with Simone Biles,
Oh my
Sue
God,
Lee, Jordan Childs,
Dream team.
I had to go. Yeah, it is right, the GOAT. And so I went to the team event a couple of days back. And I decided, okay, let me see what it's like to sit in on one of these press conferences. As soon as I sat in there, I'll ask a question. It's up on KUAM News' social media site right now, but I had to ask them because I was the last person to ask how they planned to celebrate their win, their W, because they got gold. And so it was great to hear from Simone and the girls say how, they're going to spend time with family, how they're hungry, so they're going to go eat. But what an experience and opportunity to be involved in such an incredible event. And
that was a big deal. I have not seen as much of that as I was kind of hoping to in the places where I'm watching. And maybe it's just the time of day when I get there relative to the coverage. And I don't want to say where I'm at, the Peacock coverage. It looks like reminds me of ESPN's Ocho, but they're great events. And one of the events that I was watching the other night was the shooting event, and then that introduced me and the entire world to South Korean shooter Kim Ye-ji. There are a lot of characters coming out, and Kim Ye-ji, she's got this the main character vibe that she's able to portray in the shooting event. So there's no shortage, I think, of interesting personalities that are evolving through these Olympic competitions in Paris.
No doubt, and while it's just here in Paris, we're talking about millions of people from all over the world who have come to this city for this big event, and so we're battling, trying to maneuver around the city, trying to get through public transportation on buses, on trains, and just to get to every single event that's spread throughout the city. I tried to watch the basketball game yesterday, but that's actually about an hour north of Paris, and so I wasn't going there. But it is. There are a lot of main characters. There are a lot of celebrities, no doubt. While I have yet to say hello and what's up to Snoop Dogg, if he's listening, Snoop, hit me up.
Right? Well, I mean, Mick Jagger. There's a shot of Mick Jagger in the stands watching one of the things, and the thing is, he's surrounded by millennials who have no idea who he is. So just that kind of celebrity star power out there. Oh, I heard he was there. Where was he? He was sitting right next to you. You were on your phone, bonehead. 7:20 in the morning. Now, I'm glad that we were able to get you on the phone. Tomorrow is Saturday, so if I don't know that we're going to have another opportunity to talk before you start making your way back to Guam. But what else are you going to be looking at trying to cover, and how can my viewers and listeners catch you on KUAM and Peacock?
All right, thank you. So I will continue to put the schedules out on our social media platforms at KUAM News on Instagram, on Facebook, and I'll keep you guys updated prior to each event because I am speaking with each athlete. I got to go up to the Olympic Village, at least to the plaza area where they allowed the media to speak with more of the wrestlers and the weightlifters that Team Guam is pushing out. And so I'll have those full lists as well on KUAM.com. Jason Salas and I are working to push all the information that you need to do as well. And then don't forget, also, if you can, stream it on Peacock because it's there as well. Also, another update, I will be here until all of Team Guam has competed. So we'll get another opportunity to catch up next week.
Okay. All right. We'll plan on that. Yeah. Between me and you and Joe, we'll plan on getting you back on and see what the big stories are going to be. Nice to have local coverage of Team Guam and all the other events going on in Paris. Thank you, KUAM. Thank you, the Peacock. Thank you, Nick Delgado. Talk to you soon.
Nice to bring it. Talk to you soon, Ray. Take
All right,
care.
buddy. 888-825-5888-TALK. That's the telephone number. What have I got here? I was looking at the medal count. China is in the lead right now with 11 gold medals, 7 silver. China. 7 silvers, and it looks like they've got 6 bronze for a total of 24. U.S. has got 37, but only 9 of theirs are gold. We've got France at number 3, Australia. What happened to Japan? Japan was looking pretty good here the other day, but they're all out. I'm not sure why, but when I get this report from Google, it gives me the top 4, and then there's Guam with 0. We haven't got
Still time, Ray.
any medals yet. Well, Regime Tugati is going to be running, as the man said, in just a little bit. 7:22 in the morning. Quick look at what's going on in the markets. It was a lousy morning for the Dow. They were down heavy, but managed to recover at least some of it before it was the end of the trading day. We'll go over those numbers here, find out where some of the other interesting numbers are. S&P 500 down by almost 76 points. NASDAQ off by 405. Dow Jones Industrial Average 494. And I want to say that's still a couple of hundred points, only a couple of hundred points above where their low point was for the day. Yesterday was a great day for all of the markets, including the international markets. Today's a lousy day for them. FTSE is down by 84. Nikkei off by almost 1,000 points, 975 points. I got the Hang Seng Index down by almost 40. Shanghai off by 7. And the DAX off by 425. Shopping days. Start looking for bargains on the markets. What I say, big loser, the Dow. 3M. Did we have any? There was some green. Okay, 3M, Salesforce, American Express, Visa, and Travelers round out the top 5. Around the bottom, I've got Merck & Company, Walmart, IBM, Dow, and Honeywell. On the other numbers that we like to look at, West Texas crude 76.93, which is where was that? It was 78.32 yesterday. So we've got some up and down in that trading. Still frozen numbers on tapas. If you're going to Japan, 149.59. You're getting less yen in exchange for the dollar. Looks like there might be some strengthening going on. Fingers crossed that has an impact on getting Japanese butts in chairs on the airplanes out to Guam. Philippine peso at 58.31, about the same as it was yesterday, and the South Korean won at 1,370. Although I hope the South Korean won gets a little bit of a bump because of the incredible performance by their main actor, Vibe. What's her name? Kim Ye Lee, something like that. Maybe she'll come to Guam after the Olympics. Come on, you guys over at GVB, keep an eye on that. In fact, I'd send her tickets. If I was one of these guys, marketing geniuses, I'd send her, hey, you know what, congratulations on your shooting in Paris, and we'd like you to come and enjoy Guam and hang out with Deb. We're going to have her hang out with Deb Regis from the Girl Shooters. Guns. Be perfect. Last number I look at is Bitcoin, and it was fairly up yesterday, and I think it dropped down today. What you got?
64,748.
That's a weird kind of. All right. So yesterday, where was it? Yesterday, 65.6. And when I came in, it was 63.1. You said it's 64?
Yeah.
Bitcoin is weird. Bitcoin is weird like Paris. Jerry Roberts in the studio here this morning. What you paying it?
Been there and seen it.
That's right. 7:25. The time for the extra point.
Wait a second. Just
round 3?
This just came across. All the Olympic decision makers that allowed the Italian lady boxer in with a man will now be forced to go 10 rounds with her.
Yeah.
There it is.
Let's do that.
Let's do that one.
Let's do that one. I can't get over that. I just, I'm ashamed of what they have done with that part of the Olympics.
Yeah, that's... You can't back off this one. I'm sorry.
It's peak stupidity, and it's right there in front of everybody.
I don't know how many punches were thrown on this thing, but I guess she just walked off in the first round or something. And, you just have to stand up for it.
Well, it wasn't walking off because she got punched in the face. I mean, she could have gotten seriously hurt.
Oh, no.
That's, in my mind, that's one of the other things.
I don't know what the circumstances were and when but the bout had begun, apparently, and then she quit. But the point of it is that they even allowed it to take place. It's ridiculous.
Well, after the opening ceremony, after the nonsense with the opening ceremony, you just go, okay, this is Paris, and I've mentioned this, and I've seen it everywhere. This is Paris showing the world how not to conduct the Olympics.
Yeah, and I think the Olympics may have run their course.
When breakdancing is an Olympic event.
Yeah, I think it may be time to do something else. I remember how big an event this used to be when I was a kid. We really look forward to it. It was just a huge thing. And now over decades, it has lost its relevance.
I feel exactly that, but I don't know, is it like when they let Jamaica in the Winter Olympics, right? I mean, it made a great movie, but you just kind of look at the incongruity of it.
The bobsledders?
Yeah.
I like the
Well, wait a second.
Guam should have done that.
Wait, we did. Did you not interview back in the early 80s? We sent a guy from Guam, cross-country skier.
I think so.
Yeah.
May have, yeah.
You may have.
Yeah.
You probably might even still have the pin from the guy. I'm going to look that up while you do the extra point.
Okay.
And finally, I think, finish up the story on longevity, right?
Longevity and optimism.
Is the longest running extra point theme that we've ever had. What's going on, Jer?
The past 2 days, we've discussed the topics of humans living longer and how scientists and investors are looking for every possible way to give people what they've long been waiting for, longer life, much longer life. Yesterday, we began to explore the idea that optimism was a key factor in extending life. There is much science behind that, and we'll lay some of that out for you. It's coming up next on The Extra Point.
New benefits are taking flight. Instead of 2 times miles, the United credit card from First Hawaiian Bank is now introducing 3 times miles on every dollar spent on United tickets purchased through United ticketing channels. Apply by August 31st, 2024, and if approved, you can earn 35,000 miles when you spend $1,500 within the first 3 months. Get on board with the First Hawaiian Bank United credit card. It all starts with yes. Terms and conditions apply. To learn more, visit a First Hawaiian branch or go to fhb.com/United.
At APL, their expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing their efforts in giving back to the community. APL's dedicated team in Guam and the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
While scientists and entrepreneurs are pouring billions of dollars into longevity projects, hopeful that one will lead to a major breakthrough, adding a bunch of years to the average person's life, we all sit here on the sidelines and watch. Other researchers say they have a line on what can help right now. 2 long-term studies published in the journal Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences found that optimism was linked to exceptional longevity. Optimism was linked to lower cardiovascular troubles, better lung function, and the ability to ward off premature death. According to a comprehensive clinical review of 150 studies published in PLOS Medicine, individuals with robust social connections had a 50% higher likelihood of survival compared to those with weaker social ties, regardless of age, gender, or health status. If you can make and keep a few close friends, well, you're likely going to live longer. Now, wait a minute, you say. I have to be optimistic? I have to be friends with people? I didn't sign up for this. I'm a pessimist. I want my longevity in a pill or a potion or a patch. Get out of here with this optimism talk. Now, you'd be amazed at how many people actually think like that. They think it can't work for them because they weren't born optimistic, at least in their view. And science says it's not necessary. A study published in the Journal of Behavior Therapy and Experimental Psychiatry, Ray subscribes to that, found that only about 25% of an individual's optimism set point is genetic. The set point, we have an optimism set point. It's genetic. It means 75% of your optimism can be shaped by your environment and or is learned. There's more. Another study published in Trends in Cognitive Science found that those in the research group who imagine their best possible self for 5 minutes a day for 2 weeks experienced significant increases in optimism. Imagining your best self 5 minutes a day for 2 weeks, big boost in optimism. Here's some quick tips now. Okay, so you're a pessimist and you want to become an optimist because you think it's going to give you a ticket to living longer. I got you covered. Here are 8 things you can do. Ready? Number 1, that little negative voice that whispers in your ear all day long, tell him or her to shut up. Number 2, think gratitude. What are you grateful for? If you can't think of anything, well, you're not thinking clearly. Number 3, get around more positive people. If you hang with people who have a down look at life and that's all you're ever hearing, you need to spend time with other folks. Number 4, get regular exercise. Lighten up on all the simple carbs and sugars and sleep more. We've discussed this a lot in the past. Number 5, celebrate the small wins in life. A win is a win. Number 6, big one here, don't compare yourself to others. It's a sure way to invite disappointment and depression. Number 7, get inspirational stuff into your brain every day. Maybe for you, that's the Bible or some sort of meditation. If you're littering your mind with negative social media, videos, podcasts, and other things, you're going to have a very difficult time being optimistic. And 8, the last item on the list is it's just do something good for somebody else. That's pretty simple. Do something good for somebody else. Engaging in acts of kindness and service can shift our focus away from our own problems and give us a sense of purpose. If you're checking your level of optimism and the dipstick says you're a couple of quarts low, there are 8 ways right there to refill the tank. Science says that it works. Be optimistic. Live longer. Live better. That's the Extra Point. Be responsible and make something good happen today for 93.3 FM, The Ray Gibson Show, and First Hawaiian Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
At 7:33, is there one in there about hanging out with old friends, just maybe rekindling something like that?
I'm sure.
I had the opportunity just last night. I hadn't seen, there was one of my classmates I've not seen in a long, long time. And, we'd normally just kind of nudge each other at the Payless or whatever, but we actually sat down, had a good half hour or so conversation, and just get caught up with each other. Felt really, really good after that.
Right there, Ken Stewart. Mm-hmm. I saw Ken Stewart at the grocery store last night. Hadn't seen him for a while.
Ah.
Ken Stewart, the Guam food guy.
Yeah.
Remember? He's an optimistic guy, always has been. You run into Kenny, he always, no matter how he's feeling, he always has a good word to say about something or you, and it's always, with a happy thing.
Seek it out today.
These guys
are so lucky.
Seek it out today. Go to the post office. Payday over at Tobanga, Guam. Payless. Just go in and find somebody and have a nice little 10, 15-minute conversation.
Be optimistic.
What's that, Joe?
I always run into my exes.
There's something to be said about that as well. There's something to be said about that as well, where you just go,
It's a bummer, man. Small island.
a lot of water under the bridge. Now you're looking good. Sometimes that's all you need to say. 7:34 in the morning. There's Jerry Roberts and Real Joe with the Extra Point, being brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank. And hardly wait to find out what next week is all going to be about. Just another plug for Jerry while I got an opportunity is they're starting in just a few days as the crow flies, workshops that are going on. Big Voice Dave Angel will tell you all about them. I've got a minute or so to remind you about the ones on the 20th, 21st, and 22nd. Stop driving your workers crazy, admin magic, and generations. And then a week after that, it's going to be in your face, street smart networking, and effective one-to-one meetings. Drive time expert and training expert Jerry Roberts will take you all the way through that. For details, guamtraining.com. At 7:35, news now with Donna D. being brought to you by the guys over at Burger King. A reminder, the BK Fiery Menu is coming soon at Burger King. Also coming soon, we'll find out who Pika's Best Realty is. Havade Realty says, thanks for making us Pika's Best in 2023. Thank you for the nominations in 2024. Got questions about real estate and property management, things like that? 588-4232. Now with the news, here's Donna D.
Guam residents are divided over upcoming U.S. missile defense tests planned for late this year. The tests are a part of a $1.2 billion defense system. Concerns include potential safety risks and the impact on housing. An open house held by the Missile Defense Agency received mixed reactions, with some residents protesting the increased militarization. And GCC is accepting fall semester registrations until August 16. Students can register online or in person. The new free college program covers tuition and fees for 80 students in select programs. Apply at guamcc.edu/free college. The deadline to finalize class changes or payments is August 9 by 5 o'clock. Required documents include a photo ID, transcripts, shot record, and 2022 tax information. And the GHRA Basketball League returns from August 18 to October 17. Games will be played at Aganya Heights Gym on Sundays and FD School Gym on weekdays. Teams can join in competitive, recreational, or intramural divisions. Register by August 9. Coaches must attend a meeting on August 15. Fees are $900. $900 for GHRA members, and $1,100 for affiliates. For details, call 649-1447 or email sports@ghra.org. And those are your local headlines. Back to Ray.
All right, gotcha. And we need to figure something out here. How we can get people from Guam in this Olympic event, this sharpshooting event?
Yeah.
And people
not?
are asking, well, first of all, people are asking how it is possible in the sharpshooting event that the United States of America didn't win for all of our Second Amendment, our bluster, or whatever. Is it we just don't like those little guns that they shoot?
We
the
got
little
weak.
competitive guns that they
We
have.
got soft.
There's a guy. There's the Turkey's Olympic shooter. I don't know if you've
I've
been
seen
following
it, man.
Have you? The guy looks like an accountant.
Yeah.
He looks like an accountant. He doesn't look like
super skilled.
Like super. Yeah. Well, I think a lot of these guys in the sharpshooting, they seem to have like there's an attitude that they've got like surgeons. Like, yeah, we know we're good. This is the Olympics. This is what we've been working on for a long time. But it seems to me that you don't need to be. I mean, it's not like you've got to be like super buff. It's not like you got to be like Frank the Crank Camacho in order to compete in the shooting event, right?
No.
You can be a big, overweight kind of
Show up as you are,
CPA
man.
guy. Oh, speaking of CPAs, I mentioned this earlier. Some of the older guys will recall that there was a time where Guam sent somebody to the Winter Olympics. It was the biathlon event.
I remember this.
Judd Banker was his name. I love this way they put it. Was a U.S. citizen who worked in Detroit as a CPA. In 1981, he moved to Guam and worked as a computer consultant. When the Guam Olympic Committee looked to find someone to compete at the Winter Olympics, Bankert volunteered to learn cross-country skiing. He moved to Bellingham, Washington, near Keena's house, where he trained for a year with the Western Washington University cross-country ski team and later trained in West Yellowstone, Montana, with the U.S. biathlon team. Bankert lived in Guam briefly after the 1988 Winter Olympics, but soon returned to the United States. He settled in Staunton, Virginia, where he works as a CPA. In 96, he organized Klondike Bound, a month-long expedition of fathers and daughters to retrace the route taken by the original Klondike Stampeders. He works with the Albemarle Country Historic Preservation Committee and has become known for his reenactments of U.S. President Woodrow Wilson, working with the Woodrow Wilson Presidential Library's Living History Program. This is a current recap of the guy's life. Born in 1949, participated in Calgary in 1988, representing Guam in the biathlon event in the Winter Olympics. The one time Guam sent anybody to a Winter Olympics. Got to work on that for next time. 7:39, I'll be right back.
I'm honored and humbled that you allowed me to serve you in the 37th Guam Legislature. The one thing I love about this job is it allows me to be in the right place to help make a difference for the people of our island, whether it is working toward bettering our education or working toward crime prevention or helping diversify our economy. I'm asking you again for your support this upcoming election. I'm number 4 on the Democrat side. Thank you very much. My name is Dwayne St-Nicholas, and I approve this message.
This ad is paid for by the committee to re-elect Dwayne T.D. St-Nicholas for Senator.
This time check is brought to you by Amanda Shelton for Congress. It's time to update the century-old Jones Act to reduce the cost of goods. It's time for Amanda Shelton in Congress.
Paid for by Shelton for Congress, Johnny Cool Torres, Treasurer.
KFC's $5 breakfast deals are the best and most affordable ways to start your day. The Colonel's Chicken and Rice Bowl, $5. Chicken fried steak, $5. Sausage, biscuit, and gravy, $5. And they all come with a fresh coffee. KFC $5 breakfast deals are served starting at 6 a.m. daily at your favorite KFC restaurant. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
I'm Vince Borja, a business owner with an MBA, a military veteran, and an educator. But life didn't start this way. My father was murdered in a drug deal, and I grew up on welfare in Guam's dollar homes. But I was determined to live a completely different life. Now, I'm running for senator to help build an economy that gives Guam's next generations career opportunities that don't include drug dealing. And your vote can make that happen. My name is Vince Borja, and I approve this message.
There's that noise, 741. That's Beyond the Box time. Beyond the Box, first floor of the Micronesia Mall. Everything that you need to enhance your digital lifestyle, including Beats in-ear buds. Got to try them out. $100, and they got that signature Beats sound, so go for it. 741, as I said, a quick look at what's going on your roadways right now. Slower traffic than usual at the major intersections, and a lot of that has to do with the fact that it's been kind of soggy weather out there. Drive to the conditions and expect delays in the usual spots. Ipalpao to Waisangsong, a little bit of traffic on Waisangsong trying to get to Marine Corps Drive. 1 and 3 a little bit busy trying to get off of Route 3 onto Marine Corps Drive and get past the burger joints. Micronesia Mall intersection running fairly clear right now. You are going to run into some traffic over on Route 16 over by the construction area, Department of Revenue and Taxation on the way into Barragata Heights. Once you get to 8, 10, and 16, should be clear running from there all the way through Route 10. 10 and 15 looking pretty light right now. Route 8 into town, a little bit of traffic over by that looks like what's the name of that place? Harvest. Maybe a little bit of car line traffic on Route 8. Otherwise, Route 4 is looking pretty clean as well. Although you're going to get some delays at the intersections as you make your way into town from there. Downtown Agutya running clear all the way to Big Navy and Suma. I expect some spots where the traffic is going to slow down, mostly intersection traffic, but there might be some places where the standing water is just going to be too hard to push through, going very, very fast. What have I got here? Big Navy and Sumai also looking pretty good this morning. 743, there's your right now traffic. This is The Point.
Senator Chris Duenas is always focused, balanced, and ready. Focused on crime, Senator Duenas' MALIG legislation will put more police officers on the streets. Balancing our needs, Senator Duenas fought to get $20 million in additional education funds and $30 million appropriated to GMH. And Senator Duenas is always ready to take on Guam's newest challenges. His housing bills will allow for greater construction flexibility. Re-elect Senator Chris Duenas, focused, balanced, ready. Paid for by Committee to Elect Chris for Guam.
I'm Chris Duenas, and I approve this message.
This summer, don't miss out on a hot opportunity. Save big when you upgrade to Docomo Pacific's Business Unlimited Max. Say goodbye to hefty fees and enjoy free roaming in the U.S., Japan, South Korea, and the Philippines. But that's not all. From now until August 31st, save up to $20 a month on payments. A whopping $600 in overall savings. Plus, receive $150 towards mobile accessories. Some conditions apply. Call 688-2677 to upgrade and maximize your benefits this summer.
BK Melt are back at Burger King. Our new Philly Melt is topped with warm peppers and onions, melty Swiss cheese, and royal sauce on a toasted bun. Also available, the classic with caramelized onions and stacker sauce. Top off your meal with our new mozzarella fries, refreshing Coca-Cola, and our birthday pie. Available for a limited time only. BK Tumon Bay, Agutya, Micronesia Mall, and the airport. Thank you for 35 years. You rule.
Every Monday at FHP Island Optical is Mystery Monday. Spin the wheel and receive amazing frame discounts up to 15%. Or hit the wild card for $40 off. Seniors, you'll save an extra 5%. Use your optical benefits, some conditions apply. And choose from our store-wide frame selection. Don't miss out on Mystery Mondays, where your new look is just a spin away. FHP Island Optical is located in Tumuning at the Century Plaza. FHP Island Optical, Guam's premier eyewear boutique.
Rediscover Talk Radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
745 Ray Gibson Show, 888-8255-888-TALK is the telephone number around these parts. Lots and lots to get to. I've got some interesting audio from Vice President Kamala.
Oh, no, dude, no.
We're not supposed to sing happy Christmas songs and wish each other Merry Christmas because, I don't know, the illegal aliens are not going to have. Apparently, they're not going to have a Merry Christmas, so we're not going to have one either, according to the Vice President. Could have just kept your mouth shut and let Donald Trump swing on his statements from yesterday. But no. You put her, you take away the teleprompters, and it's a whole different world for all of the rest of us. 7:45 in the morning, and do we have Senator Chris Barnett on the line now? Viva, Senator Chris Barnett. We don't have a jingle for him, do we?
No, we don't.
We should.
He doesn't need a jingle, man. He's a walking jingle.
Buenos Jen, half a day, and a lot of possible topics that we could bring in. But I think the big one here is a conversation about what's going on in the Department of Education and standards, no standards, DPHSS standards, C grades that are opening up schools, all of that stuff. I think it might be interesting to find out from Senator Chris Barnett, who initially put together legislation that would provide for inspections and standards in the Department of Education, how he's feeling about this emergency session that they've been in for 3 days. Buenos enough, Senator Barnett.
Hey, good morning, Ray. Good to hear from you, man. I've been on that summer mode. That extra 30 minutes of sleep in the morning is going to get me by.
Yeah, I know how was FestPack? Did you have a good time at the FestPack?
Yeah, it was great. It was the first one since the pandemic, and to see all of our Pacific brothers and sisters and network with a lot of the other delegations. So it was really awesome, man, and just to see the spectacle of our Chamorro culture on display with all the other cultures. Always a proud moment.
Yeah, right. But did you keep track of where you went and how much the airplane ticket was, and report that to Senator Fisher?
I posted all the travel docs from all the senators onto the legislative website. So if anybody wants to peruse all those docs, they're all up there on the website. So yeah I was invited to attend FestPac, chair of the Committee on the Arts. So Kaha reached out and asked me to be part of a delegation that represented the island. And, the governor, lieutenant governor, Speaker Terlahi, we're all out there. Guam was well represented.
Oh, yeah, obviously. Not to drive the point too far home, but it's interesting that there's a big noise about making sure that you and Tello and everybody else over at the legislature have your numbers posted online somewhere. But the same rule is not applied to, say, the judiciary or the administration.
Yeah, fair is fair, and I think in this case, when you got one of the senators who has one of the worst records in the legislature, they're not working on solutions or legislation, and they choose to make a whole term out of just harassing other senators, I think that you got to look for ways to get your name in the paper. So
748. Senator Chris Barnett, always a tough one. Let's see the other third rail dealing with the Department of Education, and it wasn't that long ago. One of the first things that you did as an incoming senator to the 37th Guam legislature is hold the feet to the fire, get these schools inspected, get these schools safe, and face nothing but resistance from not just the Department of Education leadership, but also the administration. But I still in all thought it was a great idea. But here we are a week and a half away from the opening of school. Teachers are going into schools today, and some of the campuses that they're going into have not yet been inspected. We don't know how safe they are.
Yeah, Rand, we fought hard to implement that standard, and it's a basic standard. It's a no-brainer. It's common sense. It's a standard our kids deserve. They're going to go into schools, and let's just make sure those schools meet the basic public health, safety, and sanitation guidelines, and that's it. I don't think this is something that we should throw away when the going gets tough. And, I got to say, we got half of the schools inspected in the last year, and that pressure has been on. And, the remaining 18 schools awaiting inspection, Senator St. Nicholas, who introduced this bill yesterday on the floor, he said that he trusts the principals, he trusts the assistant principals, he trusts the superintendent to operate public schools that haven't been inspected yet. And so I would just say that if you trust the principals, the assistant principals, the superintendent, then listen to what they're saying. And in their self-inspection reports, they are saying that 14 of the 18 schools awaiting public health inspection would fail public health inspection. And we're talking about things like inadequate vector control. We're talking about inoperable restrooms. We're not talking about a stray marker on a desk, So for me, I think that the DOE standard, been there, done that, and that standard is the standard that allowed rats and mold and unsafe conditions in our schools. And so it's interesting for me. I don't know when DOE turned into a lobbying group, but they should stay focused on the task at hand and kind of stay out of the politics. And that's how I see this. You got DOE on one side of their mouth saying, "Oh, we swear up and down the schools are safe," but on the other side of their mouth, via their self-inspection documents, it's very, very clear that not only are we talking about schools that aren't safe, we're talking about schools that aren't clean. And so, for me, trying to get any type of accountability into this bill, because these schools have been awaiting inspection. Nobody looked at them last year, and we're now looking at a situation where if this bill passes, that's another year without any public health eyes, without any engagement, without any, real assurance that a lot of these discoveries and these self-inspections are going to be worked on. So I introduced an amendment that basically says if we want to open these uninspected schools, let's put together a little committee, walk these schools, and, look at the self-inspection reports and tell us if there have been improvements, and then tell the school communities. And that way we have more awareness, we have more disclosure, we have more transparency about exactly what condition these schools are in. And, Senator Fisher, really, I think when there's personal there's obviously some personal issue that Senator Fisher has with me, and I think when you let that get in the way of doing what's good for our people, that's when it becomes an issue. And so I don't see why having the superintendent, board members, and others, PTO members, to walking these schools and seeing for themselves what the conditions are, and then notifying the school community. I think that's pretty basic, and I think it's a good compromise, And we're talking about a bill and that does a lot of things that the superintendent of public health say they don't want to do. The superintendent of public health say if a school fails inspection, they're not going to.
Sorry, you broke up there. You broke up there for a second. They are not going to what? If the schools fail?
They're not going to try to continue operating any schools that fail public health inspection. So that's like half of the bill. Half of the bill says that if the school fails, the superintendent can decide to continue operating it. And the superintendent, rightfully so, says, I don't want to do that because of the liability. I mean, he could get indicted. Someone could get hurt. So for me, I'm very I'm grateful for that stance, because even though the laws on the books of the superintendent could have continued to operate schools that failed, I think he realized that this standard is something that parents, students, teachers, and even employees of the GDOE want to keep in place. And so I'm not sure. I don't think we need this bill, and I think that if the superintendent of public health say, hey, if these schools are going to fail inspection, we don't want anything to do with keeping them open. And if the bill's intent, as many of the people supporting it have said, is to avoid double sessions and alternating school schedules, but you have the superintendent saying, hey, if we fail public health inspection, shutting it down, it kind of seems like it's always going to be a possibility that we go into double sessions. And, it was difficult, but we're halfway there. I don't think you pack up, you take off your shoes and go home when you're in the middle of a marathon. No, you finish the race.
Gotta get done. And if that needs to be the plan B, then you better start working on plan B right now on the facilities that have passed their inspections, albeit with the most recent one, Harry S. Truman, passing with a C. And that's a question maybe you've got the answer to, is how have we passed any schools? Have any schools passed an inspection with a grade better than a C?
League One Elementary passed with a B.
Hey, there's one.
To me, putting this standard in place, these public health inspections, when we're talking about decades of neglect and decades of, lack of maintenance, the hard work, it's going to be hard. No one said this was going to be easy. And I'm not saying a C is great, a C is passing. My mom hated when I got C's. But what I am doing is I'm being reasonable and realistic about, how difficult it is to get up to this standard. I mean, do we want B's? Do we want A's? Absolutely. And I think GDOE and the superintendent, they say it themselves, their goal is to work that grade up and to get better and better after each inspection. So in that way, in my first term with Public Law 37-4, I think that I've successfully changed the whole conversation and the whole attitude about our public school system and, the safety and sanitation.
I agree, but just don't let your colleagues change that standard again. We've got to, you got the feet in the fire, and we've got to keep going down that road. So, Chris, you got to keep the pressure on. Just curious, of the 18 or so schools that have yet to be inspected, do we know if any of those are on the list for closure? And have you seen a final list for closure of any of these schools due to the lowering attendance?
We haven't seen anything final. So the superintendent, I think, has been presented with the findings of the closure and consolidation process. But he said in, a number of the monthly oversight hearings that we have that this is something that they're kind of tabling right now. They've got a lot on their plate. So any implementation of this would be, I think, in maybe school year 26. So I'm not sure how that conversation is going to go. And like I said, I think that right now we're trying to get these schools open. We're trying to maintain that standard and get the schools, inspected. Really just ensure that safety and sanitation for our kids.
Let me throw something else in. We're moving away from the GDOE conversation. It looks like we're going to have a shrine that is about as big as Hospital Point here. It looks like that's been signed into law by the governor. I saw the same thing that you did, going, all right, we're trying to C-block a hospital being built at that location. So I wanted to get your latest reaction on that.
Yeah, so the governor did sign the bill, but we were able to amend it on board. So,
okay, good.
The way we amended it, it really cut the size down to what was originally in the original law. And like I said, when I introduced my bill to build a hospital at ThePOINT, there's plenty of room for everybody up there. And I think that having that the healing on Afton Shrine with Sagan Kotuna tomorrow and the hospital, I think it really creates this kind of trifecta of a healing atmosphere. I mean, when Governor Berdalio and the leaders who came before the ones we have now built that hospital at ThePOINT, that was kind of what they said. They said they wanted the people recovering, the people who are sick, or people who are suffering, to have the same view that people pay, a lot of money to come and look at it. So that's why they built that there. And really for me, this has just been, it's just been politics. One thing that I've been able to do as a senator is convince a majority of my colleagues that building an ThePOINT is feasible both, fiscally and practically, according to the Matrix study. And I've got nothing but pushback. But, that being said, the governor hasn't been able to do the same with her effort to build a hospital. And in fact, she's had to circumvent entirely the proper legislative process to push her agenda forward. And, Ray, I see we got a couple minutes here, but tomorrow's primary election, and, I'm hoping that people can get out and vote. That's our voice, and turnout for the early voting was low, but I think, of course, it's really important to get out and cast that vote. If you support what I'm doing, please mark that oval and mark it hard so they know that you really support what I'm doing. I've been really busy on the job. This is my first re-election campaign, and I've been busy working. We had a fundraiser, but I haven't even had time to wait. We've been in session after session, and there's always a lot of work to do. So I'm a little bit nervous about tomorrow, but also I feel good. I put on a good record. I raised the standard for our schools. I've fought hard to keep that in place. I've also passed laws to protect our kids by punishing, child rapists. I've passed laws to protect our kids and our people from people who deal meth and fentanyl by putting them in jail for a much longer time. I also fought very hard to, institute a tuition freeze for our UOG students, and I passed many laws with the cooperation and consent of my colleagues. So I think I put in a pretty good first term, and I'm humbly asking the people of Guam to keep me on. Let's go do this one more term. There's a lot of work that, I think I want to continue on. There's more things that I want to address. And so, again, I know it's a cliche, humbly asking, but I'm humbly asking for your continued support. Not just in the primary election, but for another term in the 38th Guam legislature.
Yeah. Chris Barnett, you walk the walk, buddy, and I appreciate you doing the talk here on the radio every once in a while. Get back to work. You got another day in front of you, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you, Ray. You do this, Mossy.
All good luck. Be my business. Absolute. Careful out there on the road. 8 o'clock in the morning, KUSG Agania. This is trying to get as caught up as possible. As he says, he's in summer mode, and so we've missed multiple opportunities to get on the radio together. But the most important thing is what the conditions are going to be like for your kids as they enter the hallways of these uninspected schools. What's going to happen with all of that? 8 o'clock in the morning, Fox News Live is coming up next. We'll find out what the absolute latest is, and maybe some audio from Kamala Harris.
We all sing happy tunes and sing Merry Christmas and wish each other Merry Christmas.
You're a little temper tantrum. Maybe there'll be more like that in the news.
Way home. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. A high-level welcome home for 3 Americans released from Russian prisons as part of a major prisoner swap.
The president and vice president will meet former Marine Paul Whelan and journalist Evan Gerskovich and Alsu Krumasheva when they arrive at Andrews Air Force Base near D.C. late this evening.
Their brutal ordeal is over, and they're free.
President Biden announcing the largest prisoner swap between the West and Russia since the Cold War that in total frees 24 prisoners from 7 different countries.
Multiple countries helped get this done. They joined the difficult, complex negotiations at my request.
Several Russians who President Biden says were rightly charged are also free, including Vadim Krasakov, who was jailed in Germany for the killing of a Chechen rebel in a Berlin park.
Fox's Jared Halpern at the White House. Vice President Harris says the Americans were unjustly tried and convicted.
It's been an appalling perversion of justice.
The vice president was in Houston, where she attended the funeral service for late Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee. Brittany Griner, the WNBA player who was arrested and jailed in Russia on drug possession charges in 2022, said she is head over heels after hearing the Americans have been freed. She's competing in the Paris Olympics. A bill that would have expanded the child tax credit and restored tax breaks for businesses has failed in the Senate. Majority Leader Chuck Schumer expressing his frustration.
If getting things done in a bipartisan way was an Olympic event,
Today, Senate Republicans would not have gotten any medal. No gold, no silver, no bronze.
The Senate passed the measure in 2017, but large portions of it are set to expire at the end of next year. Wall Street, the Dow lost 494, the Nasdaq lost 405, the S&P minus 75. All three indexes suffered from their biggest one-day percentage drop since July 24th. America's listening to Fox News.
I'm Tony Atta, and I approve this message.
Tony Atta produced quality legislation as a senator. Laws that prioritize our needs and keep our people safe. His Castle Doctrine legislation is the strongest law of the land, which allows us to protect our loved ones at home. But Tony's been serving our community long before he became a senator. So when people say, I'm glad Tony's back in politics, we say, no, Tony never left leadership. Vote Tony Atta for senator. It's time to bring back the quality.
Have a day and mabuhay. I'm Mary Ann Suyang Lujan, Vice Mayor of Guimban, Iloilo, Philippines. My husband, Senator Jesse Lujan, is running for re-election as your senator. Senator Jesse fights to reduce inflation, improve healthcare and education, rebuild tourism, and combat crimes. Please vote for Senator Jesse Lujan. Si Jules Maase, thank you very much.
I'm Jesse Lujan, and I approve this message.
The little brother of an Air Force airman killed by police at his home in Florida has been killed in Georgia.
16-year-old Andre Fortson was killed outside Atlanta this week, according to the family's civil rights attorney, Ben Crump. He was the little brother of U.S. Air Force airman Roger Fortson, who was killed in Florida earlier this year. Now, in Atlanta, Andre was found dead at an apartment complex after DeKalb County police said two groups of people had been shooting at each other. One person, a 20-year-old man, has been arrested. Now, Roger was shot and killed in Fort Walton Beach, Florida. He'd answered the door holding a gun, but it was pointed at the floor. The Okaloosa County Sheriff's deputy at the door, Eddie Duran, shot and killed him. After viewing body camera footage, though, the Sheriff's Office of Internal Affairs said Fortson didn't make any hostile moves, so deadly force was unreasonable. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
There are more signs of the job market cooling.
More people were filing for unemployment benefits last week. The number of new claims rose 14,000 to 249,000, though the level is the highest in nearly a year. The numbers were skewed by annual auto plant shutdowns and Hurricane Beryl, but claims rose more than expected. Those remaining on benefits in the latest reading remained at more than 1.8 million. Another report finds worker productivity, how much we're getting done on the job, improved in the spring quarter, and labor costs moderated. Ginny Coselda, Fox News.
Massachusetts Governor Maura Healey, several sports stars, and more dumped cold water on themselves to mark the 10th anniversary of the ALS Ice Bucket Challenge. The event at Fenway Park is part of an effort to renew interest in the viral social media campaign that raises money to find a cure for Lou Gehrig's disease. Pat Quinn and co-founder Pete Frates helped popularize the challenge. Both were diagnosed with ALS and have since died. I'm Lisa Lacera, and this is Fox News.
Senator Chris Duenas is always focused, balanced, and ready. Focused on crime, Senator Duenas' MALIG legislation will put more police officers on the streets. Balancing our needs, Senator Duenas fought to get $20 million in additional education funds and $30 million appropriated to GMH. And Senator Duenas is always ready to take on Guam's newest challenges. His housing bills will allow for greater construction flexibility. Re-elect Senator Chris Duenas, focused, balanced, ready. Paid for by Committee to Elect Chris for Guam.
I'm Chris Duenas, and I approve this message.
At Guam Regional Medical City, we strive to care for our patients as we would our family members. With a team of interventional cardiologists, GRMC provides advanced care treatments for heart failure and heart attacks, coronary artery diseases, atrial fibrillation, and more. Let us care for your heart, one beat at a time. To make an appointment, contact GRMC's referral office at 671-633-GRMC. That's 633-4762.
Shelley Calvo, successful entrepreneur, philanthropist, proud mother and grandmother. Shelley's broad experience spans from Silicon Valley management to chairing Guam's Homeless Coalition. As our senator, Shelley will create career opportunities for our next generation, pull people out of poverty, and will vigorously protect Guam's children from predators. Shelley is equal parts passion and compassion. If bringing values and unity to the legislature is important to you, please vote Shelley Calvo for senator.
I'm Shelley Calvo, and I approve this message.
Half a day, it's 8:06. I'm Donna DeJesus with a look at your local news on The Point. Yesterday, senators amended Bill 317 during the third day of an emergency session to address the reopening of uninspected public schools. The amendments include a 180-day conditional permit for uninspected schools from public health. Schools must submit a corrective action plan to stay open. An ad hoc task force will inspect campuses that remain uninspected before the new school year begins. The task force will include GDOE officials, school principals, ed board members, a public health employee, and a PTO member. Some senators raised concerns about the bill's practicality and enforcement. And GPA has released a load shedding schedule for August and September as a precautionary measure, despite no load shedding occurring in July. GPA stated that the schedule is a last resort measure to ensure stability in the power supply if demand exceeds capacity. This action is part of an ongoing effort to address Guam's energy capacity shortfall. GPA, with partners like Agreco and Guam Ukadu Power, has integrated a 20-megawatt power package into the island-wide system. The recently repaired Jigo combustion turbine is expected to return to service with increased output this month. The Ukadu power plant has also made significant progress, reaching 88.35% completion as of June. More news after this.
Wow, Bank Pacific, 70 years.
That's right.
Are you celebrating?
You bet. For starters, we opened in 1954, so we're offering a very special personal loan with rates as low as 5.4% APR.
5.4?
And you can borrow up to $50,000 for whatever. Summer travel, back to school, paid on credit cards.
Can I apply online?
Yes. And in any of our convenient offices. Bank Pacific. Where others put branches, we place roots for 70 years.
Equal opportunity lender. Conditions apply.
8 lawmakers showed support for Bill 324, which proposes funding for 2 new charter schools, Hurrah Academy and BTAX. The bill aims to allocate $250,000 to each school from excess general fund revenues for fiscal year 2024. The funds will cover essential costs for August and September, provided each school enrolls 200 students. Testimony during the public hearing highlighted the need for additional funds for other charter schools like Career Tech Academy. Some lawmakers voiced concerns about ensuring responsible spending and potential future funding for additional students. The bill, if passed, will proceed to the governor and then to DOA for fund disbursement. And Morgan Wade Borja Paul has been appointed as the new Deputy Superintendent of Finance and Administrative Services at GDOE effective July 23. Paul takes over the position vacated by former First Lady Joanne Camacho in April. In his role, Paul will oversee fiscal accounting, budget management, procurement, facilities maintenance, and human resources. He will also manage payroll, nutrition services, inventory, supplies, and information systems. Superintendent Dr. Eric Swanson praised Paul's strategic planning and financial expertise. The appointment follows Camacho's resignation, citing political pressure and lack of support from the Ed Board, which she described as toxic and micromanaging GDOE, hampering any movement in getting the budget together. And those were your top stories. Now back to Ray with weather.
All right, thanks very much. One of the stories that you were talking about in here included the Guam Power Authority talking about the additional generation, hopefully going to make it so we don't have to endure load shedding. We didn't have any in August, and I want to say just a tiny bit in July. Wait, of course we didn't have any in August yet because it's only the second day of August. I'm thinking of July. Anyway, but there's a companion story, sort of a companion story here. HECO may implement rolling power outages on Oahu due to generation shortage there. They're asking customers to conserve electricity and prepare for the possibility of rolling power outages beginning at 10 p.m. if needed due to a shortage in reserve generation capacity. We have that issue here. The outages, which will happen in 30-minute increments, could affect Waipahu, Pearl City, Wahiawa. We've got the majority of the leeward areas, Lower Kalihi, Kaka'ako. Kaka'ako is in there.
There we go.
We got sections of Kahala, Kaimuki, and Kapahulu. It's like all of it, man. Where else? University of Hawaii, Manoa campus, Pucks Alley, Nu'uanu, and School Street area. According to HECO, the shortfall happened after a 208-megawatt plant operated by Kalealoa Partners suddenly went offline after an underground pipe ruptured about 1 a.m. They originally said the outages could start at 6, but later adjusted to after 10 o'clock. Crews were able to ramp up additional generation generation resources at the Kahi Power Plant. Repairs at Kalealoa partners could take up to 3 days. Rotating outages are possible each day until repairs are complete. Officials say they're working on restarting other generating units that have been undergoing maintenance. They'll also turn to solar energy.
That's great, Ray.
They got a day like today. There ain't going to be much solar light energy coming out of there.
That's the big Guam.
Wind energy and battery storage systems that will help them make up for the shortfall.
You know, start calling Hawaii the big Guam.
They used to have a really good coal-fired plant out there.
They did.
Yeah. But you know how it is.
They got touchy.
Climate change, the environment. We're going to go more solar, wind energy, and all of that stuff. Yeah. And that's what happens, guys. So I don't know how much electricity we're going to be getting out of our solar farms here today, but we got plenty of the good, stable electrical generation, so we shouldn't have to worry about that too much. Although, this is me knocking on wood, understanding that a significant chunk of our broadcast systems are outside and on a mountaintop out there, things could get, I don't know what's going to happen with the electricity, wind, knock something down. Anything can happen. And just a note, we don't need the transmitter to be able to be online on Facebook Live, YouTube Live, ThePOINT.gu, etc., and Rumble. We don't need that. We don't need it for the streams. So if something does happen to our off-air signal, then what you're going to want to do is go look for the streams. Any screen, anytime, any stream, anytime as well. Here's the weather for today. Scattered showers and thunderstorms. Do we even need to go any further?
Yeah.
This is what we're supposed to have today. It is what we're supposed to have tonight and tomorrow night. They say by Sunday, partly sunny in the forecast with highs near 86 degrees. Mostly cloudy Sunday night and overnight lows of about 79 degrees, but scattered showers, likely possibly thunderstorms, and flooding in some of the usual spots. You take a look at the weather radar. It's on the screen right now. Looks like we're in kind of a lull. Looks like the heavy stuff has already moved off, but, it's the weather around here, and it could change suddenly. Rip currents, jellyfish, sideways rain warnings in effect today. It will get up to feel like 92 degrees. That's with the heat index, and there shouldn't be too much of that, and about a 60% chance of rain. Plenty of news, weather together right here on The Point.
This time check is brought to you by Amanda Shelton for Congress. It's time for Guam to receive benefits other Americans get, like SSI. It's time for Amanda Shelton for Congress.
Paid for by Shelton for Congress, Johnny Cool Torres, Treasurer. Whoever said no risk, no reward has never been sued. Hi, I'm Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and our job for over 70 years has been to help businesses just like yours manage risk. Manage risk? We will never be able to totally eliminate the myriad of risks every business faces, but we can help you manage them and recover when disaster strikes. From mom and pop operations to high-rise hotels, we're the experts businesses have counted on for many years. Call me today at 777-2668 for a free risk review and consultation.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
Is always focused, balanced, and ready. Focused on crime, Senator Dueñas' Malig legislation will put more police officers on the streets. Balancing our needs, Senator Dueñas fought to get $20 million in additional education funds and $30 million appropriated to GMH. And Senator Dueñas is always ready to take on Guam's newest challenges. His housing bills will allow for greater construction flexibility. Re-elect Senator Chris Dueñas, focused, balanced, ready. Paid for by Committee to elect Chris for Guam.
This is me.
Dueñas, and I approve this message.
Okay, this is my turn now to talk. Portions of the broadcast made possible by Kim and Ron over at Security Title. Buying, selling. You need to make sure that everything is good with the deeds and the titles. That's what they're good at, and nobody does it better than Kim and Ron at Security Title. This program also made possible from American President Lines, APL, a global presence with a local home.
The Ray Gibson Show. Any speaker, anytime. Morning talk that matters.
Man, do we still have to work? We already had a good show. I got Nick Delgado checking in from Paris, Chris Barnett, checking in from the roadways, talking about all kinds of other stuff. Another Jerry Roberts extra point. We still got like 2 hours left to go, right?
Oh, yeah.
I'll try to pack it up. We
can do it.
Bat guy coming in a little bit later on this morning. We'll talk about fruit bats on Guam, and many of you might be under the impression that they don't exist. And for the most part, they don't really. But apparently there's a colony of them that will fly back and forth between here and Rhoda. and maybe there's maybe they can make a little bit of a foothold on the northern end of the island, and who knows, maybe one of these days, a return of a population of fruit bats sizable enough so that we can once again enjoy fruit bat soup.
Oh, yummy.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Yeah?
I don't know if they make good pets
With
at
what,
all.
squash? Maybe pumpkin tips?
Oh, who had the best recipe for this is Uncle Bill Munya. Billy Bangkok had a great recipe for it, and he was joking with me one day. It was a fiesta, and so he gives me a thing of soup, right, a little cup of soup,
Uncle
and
Bill.
I'm drinking as he like that. Boy, I said, Dad, this is so good, Uncle Bill. Thank you very much. And I'm getting into the meat of it, literally into the meat of it, and all of a sudden, as I'm drinking down the soup on this, I realize that there is the head of a fanihi inside of it.
Oh, he must have loved you, because that's the best part,
That's the
Ray.
best part. You gotta
Put hair on your chest.
You gotta skin.
That's
like
why you have a hairy
You
chest.
suck on that like you suck on like a shrimp head. Yeah, that's it. That is the good stuff.
God, man.
But it might have been the last time I had anything like that. It's 8:17 on the Ray Gibson Show. 888-8255-888-TALK. Dr. Vince Akimoto was calling in while Chris Barnett was on the line, and you know how Chris is. Once he's like me. You put a microphone in it and blah 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 blah. Here it comes.
Over.
Yeah. What time is it, Chris? Well, let me tell you how to make the watch first, and then I'll tell you what time it is. And so we weren't able to get Dr. Akimoto on the line, but I was able to ask him his thoughts on current activities and movements, trying to put to eliminate the EPAL Point as a location for Guam Memorial Hospital. Doesn't look like that plan from the governor's office worked out last time. I'm sure they're cooking something else up. What do you want to talk about, Doc?
Well, I was appreciating the struggles that Mr. Senator Barnett is having, trying to get the schools clean and try to get them sanitary and be able to pass public health inspection. And it does seem like such a frustrating and ironic thing that Senator Barnett is having to fight so hard against the governor and some of his own fellow senators to enforce the law or make sure that these very common sense and very necessary regulations are adhered to. It seems like we spent the last 3 days in this emergency session trying to figure out how to get around the law or reinvent the law so that public health requirements can be avoided. And so meanwhile, the kids and the teachers are ostensibly going to be forced to go back into substandard, dirty, potentially unhealthy environments as they did last year. So we celebrate Senator Barnett for not caving in, but he must be under a lot of pressure. I think people are making fun of him, but he's, I think, a tough guy, and he's used to being ridiculed. But it's not fair. I mean, he's actually doing the right thing, and I think everybody should appreciate that here is a senator that, despite the abuse, is trying to make sure that the schools are safe and that the work environment for the teachers and the school aides and cafeteria workers meets the minimum public health standard. I don't know what this fight is all about. They're saying that the kids are going to lose teaching instruction time. What the heck they've been doing for the last year and a half? I mean, this is a problem that shouldn't exist, and yet now they're trying to find excuses as to why they do exist. And meanwhile, the charter schools, the private schools, all the other schools have to meet these standards, otherwise they'll be shut down. And they are apparently making the standards, so they're open.
Yeah, well, you've got a clinic. You've got a clinic, right?
Yeah.
Tattoo Shauna has public environmental health rules that she's got to follow. They're tattoo parlors and massage places and spas and things like that that fight very, very hard to maintain their standards. But when it comes to our kids, when it comes to the schools, we can look the other way on that. It's okay. It might not be sanitary, but it's safe.
Yeah, my favorite Chinese restaurant down the road across from Payless gets shut down all the time, and then they have to clean, the dirty mops. But, they do get shut down. So now we're saying that the schools can be dirty, but it's okay because the senators or the principals know better than public health. I mean, I highly doubt it.
Well, then why do we need public health? This is like during the COVID time, Doc. If the masks work, then why do we shut everything down? And if they don't work, why do we have to wear them?
Right. I mean, there's a whole lot of unlogic, dislogic, bad logic. But the reason for the call really is to celebrate that I think we have a solution if it still exists, because apparently I was under the understanding that a lot of the teachers are under a union called the Guam Federation of Teachers.
Useless.
And that the only, I think, thing that union can do is protect their work environment. Apparently they can't argue for pay, but they're supposed to be able to advocate for the employees for their work environment. So I'm hoping that they're still in existence, because I think they're still taking the money away from the employees. But maybe I'm wrong, because we haven't heard a peep from them through either the hospital's struggles with mold and unhealthy environment, nor with the teachers' dirty environment last year after the storm, or this year now that the legislature is trying to undo public health's good work. So I'm just wondering if the Guam Federation of Teachers Union is still taking money from government and Guam employees, because I think at one point in time they were trying to require it as like every single Guam employee had to pay into the union. Yeah. And then I think they were trying to do that to the hotel workers. So the union seems to be pretty quiet through all of this. And
Where's Matt Rector when you need him?
Well, he got kicked out of Guam, but there's a couple of other guys getting paid right now to, I think, be union stewards or union representatives, union lawyers. And they're curiously quiet during this time, but maybe they don't exist anymore. Maybe the union doesn't exist. So I'm going to ask every teacher to check your paycheck and make sure you're sending money to something called the Guam Federation of Teachers.
I don't think they're called that anymore, Vince. I honestly don't. I think now they're just GFT. I think just using those. You remember KFC for a while stopped being Kentucky Fried Chicken, and they just became KFC. I think they've gone back to embracing the old name.
No, they're called Korean fried chicken or something like that. Something crispy chicken. They're called crispy Korean chicken.
He's seen the billboards. Thank you.
Just as long as they're not taking your money. I mean, because that's the biggie thing is that somebody might be pocketing all that cash. Lord knows they haven't done anything. The last time I heard from them, they were going to help the Department of Corrections people because the employees there were in very crowded, dangerous situations where people might be bringing guns or smuggling contraband. But then the Federation of Teachers met with the governor and said everything was all right. So I think they don't exist anymore. And if so, just check your pay stub, whenever payday is, and make sure you're not giving it to GFT, KFC, or the Guam Federation of Teachers.
I hear you. I hear you. It seems to me that unless the teachers stand up for themselves, I don't know that anybody is going to be doing it for them. 8:23 in the morning. Dr. Vince Akimoto, you have an outrageous weekend. I feel the need for me to tell everybody on your behalf to be careful, stay safe, don't do anything crazy over the weekend. I'm sure the hospitals are full, and or the conditions at GMH aren't much better than they are in those 18 schools that still need to be inspected.
Yes, sir. Have a good day.
I will. 888-8255-888-TALK. 8:23 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. You got stuff you want to talk about? By all means, let me know. Shouts to not the FBI on the YouTube side. Vern Bates.
Yeah, not the FBI.
Leith Girl asking who thinks we need a shrine. This is not a new conversation. The shrine legislation has been in place now in a matter of law. I want to say for about the last 5 years or so, as they were trying to get closer to the construction design build of the shrine area. I think they decided that they needed, number one, some money, and number two, while you're giving us the money, we're gonna hit you up for a little bit of extra space here. And in my mind, the idea behind that was to crowd out any of the conversation that Chris Barnett and all of the handful of other logical thinkers in the government were saying that the new hospital, wherever it gets built, should probably be built in that vicinity, in that area. Well, not if a whole bunch of it is taken up by this shrine. AB says, I'm sorry, but the idea that building a shrine is better than building a hospital is complete. What's that icon? What's that emoji, Real Joe?
Man, I don't know. I don't recognize
Isn't that the same icon they used when they described the River Seine in Paris? Just filled with... It's a poo-poo. That's what it is.
That's a chocolate ice cream cone.
Yeah, I don't think that's not one of those Hershey Kisses. I'll never understand, Alupe Guam says, why women willfully participate when they know the deck is stacked against them. Why don't they stop playing? Seems to me an easy issue to resolve. Well, I don't know that this woman that was participating in the Olympics and got into the ring and got punched in the face really, really hard knew that she was going to be facing off against a man. Or is it a man? Stand by. There's more than one or two posts,
pictures
in the social media Iman Khalif, the Algerian boxer that went viral at the World Olympics, was born a woman, is what they're saying now. She was banned at the World Championships because of the unfair advantage her genetic disorder, DSD, gives to her. And transgender surgeries are outlawed in Algeria. It has also been verified that her passport identifies her as a female. In March of 2023, Khalif was disqualified for failing to meet eligibility criteria shortly before her gold medal bout at the 2023 IBA Women's Boxing World Championships. The Algerian Olympic Committee said Khalif was disqualified for medical reasons. It was later reported that the disqualification was due to high levels of testosterone. According to the IBA, Umar Kremlev, DNA testing of Khalif and other athletes proved they had XY chromosomes and were thus excluded from the sport event. There is speculation that Khalif might not be transgender, but has a disorder of sex development which causes some females to have XY chromosomes and blood testosterone levels typical of men.
Oh, my God.
If she couldn't qualify at the World Championships, I don't believe she should in the World Olympics, but she isn't a man. As for Angela Carini, who was robbed, but she also has been crying since 2021. The video on this tweet is when she quit and abandoned yet another fight, the IBA Women's Boxing Championship in Istanbul, Turkey, in May of 2022. Many accounts that have attempted to criticize me, the author of this tweet, have pushed this story without the facts, if for anything, just views. So there might be another side to this story that is floating around. Yeah. Imagine that. But didn't they say, what was the name of didn't they have a Russian athlete years ago in the gymnastics?
Boris.
I think it was in the gymnastics. Or maybe it was a weightlifting
Boris?
competition. I don't know,
No.
but it was the same thing. And there have been jokes about that ever since, including, I think, the most recent one might have been in that idiotic movie about dodgeball. I think there might have been a little bit of that in dodgeball. Anyway, 8:27 in the morning. We don't need to go too far to get the crazy stories. We have enough of our own here. On July 31st, 1:37 p.m., GPD arrived at American Grocery in Daydidu in response to an attempt. And can I ask a question? When is the American Grocery in Mighty going to open? Anybody?
No, man.
This is right. The building's done, isn't it?
Yeah.
I see people, like they got like 2 working guys there. Doing whatever it is that they're going to turn into an American Grocery. But that was been in construction since before COVID, I think. Anyway, they got one open in Daydidu in response to an attempted retail theft. Marianne Gillen and Anton Terrer, employees of the American Grocery, had detained a man later identified as Robert James Tysican Sablan Jr. Gillen observed Sablan place a pack of Black Label Spam lunch meat into his personal bag. When she asked Sablan to search the bag, he refused. Galen then requested help from Terrer to detain Sablan. He removed the Spam from his bag and placed it on the ground while they waited for the police to arrive. American Grocery said the Spam was for $98.16. Now, I know the price. I know the prices
Go
are
big
going
or
up.
go home.
Yeah, so I should have gone to Donkey. It's cheaper there, like $2.49 or something, right? Sablan admitted to police that he attempted to take the Spam without paying for it, transported to Daydidu Precinct, where he was arrested at 1:55. Attempted retail theft is the charge. But honestly, here's the question that I have: is there a kind of Spam that's worth almost $100, or was is this a mistake?
Ray.
What?
Yes.
You're serious?
Yeah, Wagyu Spam.
No, stop it.
That's Japanese.
No such thing. No such. Is there?
It's Kobe Spam.
$98.16 for this Black Label Spam lunch meat. Donna, come on.
The dude was hungry, man.
$98 for Spam? Is there a thing?
Oh, it's $98 for Black Label.
There's no such thing as Black Label Spam. Really?
Yeah, it's in a
like
black,
Scotch whiskey, man. Black Label.
That's the name of the
Expensive.
brand.
Uh-huh.
Black Label
Spam.
luncheon meat. No, Spam is a brand name, right? So
okay, because they're referring to it as Black Label Spam, and I'm making a big deal about it because I can't imagine paying $98 for a can to anything.
Okay.
I'm just saying. I mean, what?
It's made from those Korean hogs.
So made that sound like okay, white privilege. Go ahead with that. 8:30 in the morning. Donna D with the last big look at news and headlines coming up right here.
Hafaday, I'm Senator Jesse Anderson Lujan, and I'm running for re-election to keep improving life on Guam. We need to rebuild tourism, build a new hospital, improve public schools, reduce inflation, and fight crime. There is so much to do, and I need your support to continue this work. I humbly ask for your support and vote this election. Thank you very much. Maraming salamat po, and Sidulos Maasim. I'm Jesse Lujan, and I approve this message.
It's sizzling out there, folks, and GTA's hot summer deals are turning up the heat. Switch to GTA and get up to $375 off a brand new iPhone 15 when you sign up for any unlimited wireless plan. That's $16.55 a month on our installment plan. But wait, there's more. We're waiving the activation fee and giving you a port-in credit. That's right, extra savings just for joining the GTA family. Limited time offer, terms and conditions apply. Visit gta.net for more information. GTA, we start the summer with you.
I'm Sean Gumatao. Economic development, crime reduction, modernizing GovGuam services, protecting the family, elderly services. A vote for me is a vote for these priorities in the Guam legislature. Vote early, vote for Sean Gumatao.
Paid for by Iloyu Sean Gumatao for Senator, William N. Regis, Treasurer.
Might be wondering if there's special events and celebrity birthdays. The answer to that is yes. That's going to be coming up here in a second. There's an interesting one tomorrow. I'll share with you after the news and the headlines with Donna D. Her last one for the day. Donna, what's going on? What's the big stories?
CNMI Bishop Ryan Jimenez will hold his last massive Thanksgiving services before moving to Guam as the new Archbishop of Agana. The final masses will be on Tinian, Rota, and Saipan, with dates set for August 7, 8, and 10, respectively. Jimenez has been a significant presence in the CNMI since 1995 and will soon begin his new role on Guam starting August 15. And Guam's senior Little League team has been eliminated from the Little League World Series after a 6-3 loss to Europe Africa. Despite out-hitting their opponent 6-4, Guam's team fell behind in the fifth inning. The game took place in Easley, South Carolina. And UOG honored 12 graduates from the 4th Guam Green Growth Conservation Corps this week. The 5-month program aimed at developing skills for Guam's green economy involved projects like invasive species removal and watershed restoration. The graduates made significant environmental contributions, including trash collection and recycling. And that was your last look at local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray.
All right, thank you very much. Let's see if we can make it through this. Butch Patrick is 71 years old.
Oh, yeah, Butch.
Do you know who he is?
No, never heard of him.
I
never heard of the guy.
It's the guy from the Munsters, the little boy.
Eddie.
Yeah,
Eddie
Munster.
Eddie Munster, 71 years old today.
God.
Probably still has that widow's peak on his head.
Yeah, that was weird.
There aren't a lot of celebrity birthdays over most of the weekend, so I'm just going to go with the ones that I think you know. Sam Worthington from Terminator Salvation is 48 years old, and pop singer Charlie XCX. Isn't this the one that Jerry Roberts was talking about the other day?
Oh yeah.
That is put as supporting. She's referring now to Kamala as what is it, Brat.
Oh, Brat.
Yeah, which is supposed to be some kind of a what do you call it? Like a hood compliment or something like that. Kamala Harris. I played a little bit of this audio for you not that long ago. Kamala Harris, who has apparently got some very, very strong feelings for these poor illegal aliens that have found their way into the United States of America. And it's possible they're not going to have a happy Christmas. And if they're not going to have a happy Christmas, we shouldn't either. Play. Wait, audio up.
And sing Merry Christmas and
wait, from the beginning.
When we all sing happy tunes and sing Merry Christmas and wish each other Merry Christmas, these children are not going to have a Merry Christmas. How dare we speak Merry Christmas? How dare we?
Okay, lady.
Why are there problems on?
That's so not Oprah.
Why is that hour? Don't go. If you don't like it here, go home. Go back to where you came from. Here, I don't. There's a right way and a wrong way. You know what? I'll bet all those people that got naturalized on Liberation Day, I'll bet they're going to have a happy Christmas, and they'll be happy to hang Christmas lights and sing the Christmas songs and do midnight mass, all of that stuff. Celebrity birthday, Charlie XCX, 32 years old. Don't you dare sing your Christmas songs. If you're looking for a special event for today, Dinosaur Day and Ice Cream Sandwich Day. Ow! There is a video floating around on TikTok of, and I can't remember the name of it, but there is an ice cream sandwich, and the lady bought a box of it, and put one on a dish outside of the freezer, expecting it to melt.
No?
And it did not melt. After an hour.
They don't melt?
It did not melt. After 2 hours, it did not melt. Overnight, it did not
Where
melt.
does she live, Alaska?
No, the point that they're making is there's no ice cream in ice cream sandwiches.
How dare they? How dare they?
You know, you got that kind of chocolatey graham cracker on the outside and some kind of a shelf-stable chemical on the inside that tastes good when it's cold.
It's a good thing I don't eat ice cream.
I don't eat those either. All right, Martin Sheen got a birthday tomorrow. All right. He's going to be 84 years old.
That's the dad, right?
What's that?
Yeah, that's the dad.
Charlie's dad, yeah.
Okay.
Emilio
And
Estevez's
Emilio,
dad.
yeah.
Yes. So Martha Stewart, who is Snoop Dogg's homie.
Yeah, how old is she going to be? 100?
83, actually.
Wow, she old.
You
know what? She looks good for her age.
I'm pretty sure I've got some Martha
Must be all
Stewart
that
stuff at the house.
Snoop weed.
Oh, yeah.
John Landis from An American Werewolf. He was the director, is 74 years old today. Lisa Ann Walter from War of the Worlds is 61. I think that might be all the names that I recognize here. Special events for tomorrow, Taxpayer Appreciation Day. Oh, God. It's Watermelon Day, and this is interesting. I don't think I've ever come across this before. Tomorrow is Grab Some Nuts Day.
There you go.
Oh,
Okay.
really?
And now moving on towards celebrity birthdays for Sunday. We're not going to be here, so I do them today. Billy Bob Thornton is 69 years old. Wasn't he?
Yeah, he was dating her, man.
Angelina Jolie, right?
They were doing something.
Man, oh man. President Barack Hussein Obama is 63 years old tomorrow.
Never heard of him.
Sunday. Yep.
Yeah.
He's supposed to be, him and George Bush are getting together to
play golf?
No, it's we're looming in on the 250th anniversary of the country. And so they're going to be the poster kids for that. So there you go. Daniel Day Kim from Hawaii 5-0 and Lost is 56 years old. Is the Korean guy? Anything Lost?
Yeah, man.
Okay.
He looks like a Hawaiian.
Meghan Markle, the Duchess of Sussex, turns 43 years old today.
She's hot.
No, I think that's it. The last round of special events. Psychic Day. Mm-hmm. Which reminds me, there's an Exorcist movie that I want to finish watching on Netflix. It's Doll Day.
Oh, Doll.
Oh, those are creepy. I'm thinking porcelain doll.
I like the ones with the eyes that close.
Oh, those are so scary.
Oh, God.
When only one eye closes.
The life-size doll with the eyes closing.
She's got these Halloween Bratz dolls or something like that.
Oh,
she's
yeah.
selling. Yeah.
Miniatures.
If you want details on that, follow Tattoo Shauna around on the social media, and maybe you can start building from her collection. International Forgiveness Day. Screw that. Chocolate chip cookie day.
All right, yeah.
White wine day. Single working woman's day.
There you go.
Why if that's such a big deal? If that's such a big deal, why did they put that on Sunday?
Independent
so we can rest.
So you can rest. Okay, and finally, and I got to do a shout to my buddy Dave and a bunch of the other members of the U.S. Coast Guard and Coast Guard Reserve. Sunday is U.S. Coast Guard Day.
Yay.
And
Nice
if you
to
go
coasties.
find a Coastie and give him some love. 8:38 in the morning, 888-8255. Quick break. I'll be right back with your calls.
Are you planning a trip to the Philippines this summer? Why not come back feeling healthier and more rejuvenated? At the Medical City, we offer world-class healthcare services, including comprehensive executive checkups and top-tier aesthetic treatments for as low as $530. Imagine lounging on white sandy beaches, shopping at top-tier shopping centers, and indulging in premium healthcare all in one vacation. Book your summer getaway now and experience the best of both worlds. The Medical City, your trusted partner in health. The UOG Endowment Foundation and Guam Visitors Bureau, in collaboration with Choice Broadcasting, bring you Tanel Live on Guam. Join us for 2 shows. Thursday, September 5th for a tropical night with Tanel, an intimate unplugged VIP show at the Hotel Nico Guam. And Saturday, September 7th for the general concert at Jeff's Pirates Cove. Enjoy the beautiful concert space down south, complete with UOG booths and vendor pop-ups. Tickets on sale at Guam time.
In 20 minutes, it'll be 9 o'clock in the morning. The Batman, if he can brave the weather, going to be making it to the radio station. Talk about the trying to increase the number of fruit bats that we've got.
He's on his way now, Ray.
All right, glad to hear it. Glad to hear you. All right, so we'll work on that. Greg wanted to get some comments on here. Good morning, Greg. Welcome to the show.
Well, I've been expecting about the school. How about the school buses?
What do you want? Seatbelts? You want them to get inspected?
Inspection the buses because all buses now are automatic. So should have a full inspection of the bus on the brakes. Especially the one down south.
With the way the hills work up and down those places, and we've had episodes of runaway gas trucks going down the hills in Umatic. Yeah, hopefully somebody does do the inspections on that. I'll see what I can find out. I honestly don't know what the state of that kind of thing is. Usually, somebody in the media will start asking questions like that: have they been inspected? Are the drivers getting the adequate training that they need to be able to bust those kids around? Do they have enough oil? Is there air in the tires? Do we have enough spares? That kind of thing. I'll see what I can find out for you.
Because if you follow the bus, sometimes their brakes are squeaking, man.
I couldn't tell you whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. I don't know.
Well, like I said,
I'm assuming
it's automatic. So what do you do with squeaking brake? What are you supposed to do?
Slam on the brakes, put it in park.
Well, tell the kids to grab their ankle and kiss their butt goodbye.
Thanks, Greg. You have a fantastic day.
That's it.
I got you.
Burn the ranch and barbecue the carabao.
Barbecue the carabao. Save me some ribs. I got a guy online now talking about doing some rib mince taken care of here. What's that? Vern says my ribs will be done after beer number 4. Good way to spend the afternoon. Beers and smoker and ribs and the Ray Gibson team. Vern, I appreciate you including us with those.
I bet it's going to be tough, Ray.
Beer number 4.
I bet it's going to be tough. The ribs.
Huh?
I bet it's going to be tough.
There was a time.
He's got to prove it.
There and I don't know. I've seen the process. I don't do it this way myself. But I know that there are some people before the ribs go on the grill, they will put
please
them.
Don't say that.
I'm gonna say
don't do it, man.
I'm gonna say it. But I know that there are some people. The custom in their kitchen is to take the ribs and boil the hell out of it.
No, man. You just punched me in the stomach.
And that's supposed to make the ribs all tender and ensure that they're cooked all the way through. And anybody
impatient.
Right?
Shame on you.
But I'm thinking, all that stuff that's in the juice now in that boiling water, isn't that pig flavor?
Yeah.
That's pork flavor. Why would you boil that away before? And I think maybe part of it might also be the reason why you want to do something like that is, number one, you guarantee the doneness of the meat, and people that have eaten at my house know that that's always a dicey situation.
Yeah, they're suspicious of raised meat, man.
Dude.
We don't know if... We'll watch someone and see if they eat it first. If they drop,
feed it to the cat. Feed it to the cat first.
Then we'll know.
Well, it's just, I don't know how they do it. Like a Jamaican grill, I don't know how they do that. So I'm just going to tell you right now. I've been to people's houses where they boil the ribs and then they put it on the grill, slather it up with barbecue sauce.
Oh yeah.
And that's the way they do theirs. Now I'm on the other hand, Chamorro boy, and so I take the meat and then marinate the heck out of it for as long as I can stand it, and then put it on the grill, do the turn and burn thing until I think it's done. Now, the problem with that method there is you've got to be very, very precise. Jamaican Grill does an outstanding job of this, I think, where the meat on the bone is cooked perfectly, and then you've got the meat on kind of the knuckle side of the rib, that back side.
Yeah.
And they do it so that's cooked as well.
Oh, the bone's not white.
But they're different. They're different sizes, and there's different layers of the meat. You got meat in the bone, then you got the one that's just meat, a little bit of gristle, some fat in there, and so you've got to be very, very precise about where the heat goes, because if you cook that at too high a temperature, then you risk drying out the meat that's attached to the bone. Know what I mean?
I know what you mean.
Which is why I don't do that anymore, which is why I got the number to the Agania Jamaican Grill on speed dial. And they already know which part. They know it's kind of like, what's that? Vern says, no, slow and wet is never tough. Thank you very much. And he's ha-haing about what we're talking about here.
Calm down, Vern. You got to prove it. Drop some ribs here and prove it.
If we get some time, well, I think he's in the States. He's talking about grilling in the afternoon.
Vacuum seal it.
The most sought-after seats on the airplane coming up here in just a second. Who's on the phone now?
Mr. Don Sula from the department of that place where they take care of people.
Hey, right. And I think he's going to make a continuing plug for the free medical attention at Guam Community College here today. Good morning, Don. How you doing?
Good morning, Ray. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for having me on once again.
Hey, anytime. There's people that need medical help, don't have insurance, don't have any primary doctors, and don't know where to go. Well, we've got the free stuff going on for several days worth of it at GCC. Tell me the story.
Yes, sir. So yesterday, we received, I believe, around over 300 residents of Guam received services yesterday.
Nice.
And that's a great number, and we can't wait for more. Today's the official start of the optometry and dental services, so be sure to take advantage of that. But I also want to come on, talk about, well, two things, the IRT, and I don't know if you had a chance to see the press release, the PEBT for 2020, summer 22-23, but we'll get into that in a minute. With regard to the IRT, it's about to start in like 15 minutes, but I wanted to inform your listeners, please, 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 make sure you ate before you go. Be sure you're well hydrated. Bring water. Bring snacks as well, because those lines. The line is a little lengthy. When I went yesterday morning, it wrapped around GCC a little bit.
Charge the phone. Make sure the phone's charged. Right.
Right, and if you are coming and you do have another adult with you, just to help with the line, we ask that if you're bringing someone to at least to have them avail of the services as well, because we had some people who just brought somebody who didn't want any services, so that added to the length of the line.
I see what you're saying. Okay, so get them into the program and don't waste the space. This is not
Right.
This is not Ross Dress for Less, where you have to stand in line while somebody else is running around doing shopping, right?
Right. And it's different too compared to, obviously, if you're bringing a kid and you the adult don't want to use the services, that's your prerogative. But like we mentioned in the past, you can't leave the kid alone. So obviously you would have to be the chaperone.
Got it. Noted. Anything else that people need to know if they're making their way towards GCC today?
Yeah, similar to last year, bring what can help you be comfortable. If you need a portable chair, bring your snacks. Take your medicine. If you need medicine, if you are under medication, please take your medicine before coming and bring it if you're on a time, if you need to take it throughout the day. And again, bring snacks, stay hydrated. And yeah, there are stores around GCC, obviously, but you are waiting in line for a lengthy time. So again, we want to make sure you are comfortable while waiting.
Are they in a sheltered area? Are the people going to be lined up in a sheltered area if they're stuck outside? I mean, this is lousy weather we got today.
Right. Well, it's the GCCE building at the back, and I know there's like a roof that can, shelter you from the rain, and it's not like in the past where you're all the way out, so you can wrap around tight to the building.
Noted. Okay. Don, appreciate your time. Appreciate what you guys are doing. This is going to continue through the weekend, right? When's the last day that people can take advantage of this free offer?
Sure. It's till tomorrow. We have today, tomorrow. Sunday we are off, and then we're again Monday through, one second, let me get out. I want to be sure I'm 100%. And then August 8th from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. for sign-in. If you get in there, you're signed in, don't worry, we will service you. But I also want to talk about if you had a little bit of time for the PEBT distribution. I know that was something we just sent a press release out this morning.
I just saw that. Okay, so what's going on? What are we distributing?
So this is for PEBT for distribution for summer of 2022 and summer of 2023. 2024 we're still working on, but we have 22 and 23 ready for distribution, and that kicks off next Friday.
So this is interesting. It looks like there's almost $600 going to be put into the PEBT cards.
Right. If the student is eligible,
right, and they will have had to have been a public school student over those 2 summer time periods.
If that school, if a DoD school or a charter school participated in the National School Lunch Program, then that at least, for both 22 and 23, then they may qualify. They may be eligible for the benefit as well for 22-23.
All right. There are a couple of points here. If you already have a PEBT card, you do not need to visit the distribution site. They will automatically be uploaded. Parent or legal guardian must bring valid identification with them. Written authorizations are not allowed. If you're a parent, guardian, student, or off island, a Zoom meeting can be scheduled, but the preference is for some kind of a court order or power of attorney, correct?
Yes, sir.
Got it. There's a couple of terms and conditions that might apply to you. So check out the Department of Public Health's social media websites if you want to get the latest details.
Yes, sir. And again, thank you. We wanted to put that out there. It kicks off at the Micronesia Mall, the old Payless Shoe Store, from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m. I missed that store. A lot of my when I was going to school, a lot of my shoes came from Payless. Back in Saitan.
Right on, buddy. And I suppose the last thing on this is make sure that if you're a divorced husband and wife that got kids and you're getting the PEBT cards or whatever, make sure you know who's supposed to get what. Because sometimes I hear from the moms that they went to go pick up the PEBT cards and the dad got it up already, and the kids never got any food. So you got to make sure that you know who is the one that's supposed to be getting all of that stuff. So you guys junk and pull on that, and then make your way down there, dude. I'll talk to you pretty soon.
Thank you, sir. Have a good one. Be safe and be dry.
I did. 8:51 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. More like that on the way. Somebody's done some research and have asked the question, what are the most sought after seats on an airplane? Now, this is going to be interesting to me because I'm going to be doing a little bit of traveling here. Hopefully, I'm going to get to the Philippines for my medical and my physical before too much longer. And usually when I'm doing the seat selection, I'm doing it online, and my automatic go-to, if I can, is an exit row seat, and about 2/3 of the guys. Wait a second, no. The ideal seat, according to travelers, is at the bulkhead or an exit row. Only thing I don't like about the exit row is generally the chairs don't go all the way back, and I always feel bad when I order beers and I'm sitting in the exit row because I think the flight attendant goes, "Oh yeah, you're not going to be able to help me out if something goes wrong with the airplane because you're drunk, man. You've been drinking since the lounge, bro." And now you're sitting in my exit row. Thank you very much. 2/3 of the passengers prefer a window seat.
Nah.
31% prefer an aisle seat.
Yeah.
And 1.7, virtually no one wants a middle seat on the airplane. I always, I bristle at the idea of, I like the window seat too. I like to be able to look out and see where I'm going.
Sometimes.
Yeah. What's that down there?
You can lean on it.
Yeah.
You can lean on the window.
Lean on the thing, maybe catch some Z's. But I don't like it because, as I said, I'm drinking beer on the airplane, and that means every once in a while I'll have to break the seal and announce to my other two passengers that, excuse me, I need to go that way if you don't mind. Yeah.
I hate you.
Aisle seats are okay, except for the fact that you got to move because you got the two jokers in the aisle.
They gotta pee.
Yeah, the guy in the middle seat guy and the other. And the window seat and the middle seat guy got to go pee-pee as well.
The one guy that likes to spread his legs. Oh, my God.
Which one? Is it first class? What number is it? A1? That's like right next to the bathroom, so you don't have to. Now you just get up and then you're right there in the thing. Almost 60% of passengers would pay to select their seats in advance, and there are ways. Obviously, you can select your seat, but most of the time I've found that all the good seats that I want are either already taken or they're charging a premium for me to put my doggone in that chair.
Man. Comfort Plus.
And for those of you that memorize the seat numbers and things like that, they've actually got a listing. And I'm just going to do the top 5 here. The most popular airplane seats: 7 Charlie, which is an aisle seat in the front of the airplane; 1F, which is a window seat; 7 Alpha, window seat; 7 Foxtrot, window seat; and as I said, 1A. Because it's right there by the bathroom. Don't have to get up. Don't have to bother anybody. You can just go.
Those are the good seats.
Yeah, they were all in pretty much first class area, the first class region of the airplane. Generally, when I fly in the Section 8 version of the airplane, out there in the back, over by the galley, where I have to put up with the smell of the bathrooms and the clack 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 of all of the aluminum stuff. There's not one thing in the airplanes that they could deaden the sound a little bit, but they never do. It's a clack over here, clack over there, as they move the things in and out. 8:55 in the morning. Oh, the other thing about the aisle seats is you got people moving by you all the time. There's the
Stepping on your
flight
foot.
attendants. Yeah, the flight attendants doing the meal service, drop off, pick up, and so, or if you spill over, elbow out over the railing, then somebody's going to bump into it on the way in. That's why, among the reasons why, Real Joe, I don't fly. Shelley was asking about getting on an airplane and going out to the States, and I'm like, no.
Yeah.
4-hour airplane ride.
Okay.
That's
That'll
as
do.
long as
That's
I want to be in that plane.
max.
That's it. If it needs to be any longer than about 4 hours, can we have a discussion about maybe getting me in first class? Maybe find one of those upgrade auctions that are going on. 888-825-5888-TALK. We got Elena Garcia checking out the show today. Janice Wong XC is there. Sally Aquino telling Dave Duenas she's going to vote for him. Anita Santos online. Chris Frank, maybe a 12-pack, maybe a 30-pack. Vince Ray Unpenco Duenas. Buenas and alpha day to you. Helen Santos is online. Cousin Tedo. And big sister Shelley says, no pain, no gain. Vote wisely. Half a day to, let me see, Benny Pinaula is online. Tattoo Shauna. Tanaktak. That should be, who's got Tanaktak? Oh, my God. That reminds me, there was a guy yesterday, Joe 10 is his name. He reached out to me and asked me a question I completely forgot to ask yesterday. But while I got a couple of minutes while we're waiting for the news here, he was asking, where's the best place to get empanada on Guam?
God, that question.
Yeah.
That
do we wanna get into that?
Yeah.
Where is the one? Every once in a while, somebody will bring some. Is it Pablo's? No,
that's Potu.
Right.
Pablo's is Potu.
Yes, you're correct.
Tenorio. No, they do a Calaguin.
Where's the somebody? Every once in a while, it's like Mark Cruz or somebody will bring it in.
Yeah, I don't know where it gets that from. Holiday Mart, Buenas.
Can't remember. It has somebody's name on it. And I thought that was a really, really good one. Marvin. Anaderas. There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. I know that Marvin.
What's up, Daddy Doe?
Marvin hooked us up with some Denancy and hats yesterday.
Thank you, Marv.
Thank you very much.
And your wife, too, man. Appreciate you guys.
Hey, bro, don't forget to vote for Jesse, okay? Don't forget. Here's and I'll bring you some.
God,
I'll bring you some.
caveat.
If you know of where the best empanadas are on Guam, and maybe your version of them, by all means, put it on. The gas stations have got pretty good empanada, but you got to be careful because there's sometimes you go in there and you look at it, it's like, oh my God, this looks great, and then you buy it and then you open it up and it's been fried so long that all the stuff on the inside is like it's hard. It's all packed up and hard. Yeah,
that's not what we like.
It'll do. I'm not saying I won't eat it. It'll do.
Sick, dude.
Just it's not what I thought it was going to be.
Keyless inside.
Yes, Mercy Greeno's online. There's Karina Balesto, and let me see. That was Shelley's seatmate at the forum. Who else have I got here? Johnny Utah is there. Nick Prolosky checked in a little bit earlier. Might still be hanging around growling about something. You're in the States now, Nick. What is there to growl about in the mainlands? Let me see. Chris Frank, when is saying GMH is so bad. We should do the same thing with GMH regarding meeting public health standards. Senators should walk through Guam Memorial Hospital. Hey, my bro Curtis Danko online. Paris Mendiola Blas. We'll always have Paris. There's Army Lynn, Romeo Miranda, Dennis Larson. The B-Man is online. Hey, B-Man, did you get a hold of the 36 Wing Commander?
Ooh, the buzz.
We asked the guy if he had any beekeepers up on base, and he said no.
To get the bees access.
Yes, we need to get bees access to Anderson Air Force Base. They're trying to plant as many, fruit-bearing plants as possible. So by all means, anything that we can do to help that along, get better crops going. And bees are the way to do that. That's the deal. Dennis Larson, like I said, my traveling buddy Anna Hahn is online. Lynn Vince, Borja Polino, and plenty more. Thanks for checking in, everybody. Nick Delgado and Tony Guman, Tracy Perez, and the entire crowd is out here. All right, coming up, I got Fox News Live 30 seconds or so away from that. When we return, the Batman, that's what we're going to be calling him. Oh, that's how we pronounce it.
Yeah.
All right. Mr. Vogt is going to be in the studio in the next hour, and we're going to be talking about the fruit bat and the possibility that while there seems to be a healthy rotating population, work that they're going to be doing, work that they're doing now to enhance it and make it more of an attractive destination for fruit bat. And then what do we do with it afterwards? Don't tell them I like to eat it. Don't say anything about me eating fruit bat. It's time for the news at 9 here on The Point.
Found. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. President Biden and Vice President Harris will greet the three Americans, including Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gerskovich, freed from Russian prisons as part of a multi-country prisoner swap.
The president said it was his own long-standing friendships with U.S. allies that made this historic release happen.
Today is a powerful example of why it's vital to have friends in this world. Friends you can trust, work with, and depend upon, especially on matters of great consequence and sensitivity like this.
A senior official told Fox that Russia was blocking this trade unless they got back notorious FSB hitman Vadim Krasikov.
Fox's Jackie Heinrich at the White House. Krasikov was jailed in Germany for the killing of a Chechen rebel in a park in Berlin. White House National Security Communications Advisor John Kirby says no one's happy about letting Krasikov go, but it's part of negotiations.
The president was willing to make that tough call in order to get these all these individuals, not just the Americans, all of them released. And it took some tough calls by our allies and partners.
Kirby on Fox's special report with Brett Baer, and he said the U.S. is still working to free Mark Fogel, a Pennsylvania school teacher who is still being held in Russia. The White House says President Biden spoke by phone with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu about ways to support Israel, including using missiles and drones, as Israel is now under threat from Iran after the death of Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh.
The New York Times reports that Haniyeh was killed from an explosive device planted in an Iranian guest house 2 months prior. As the funeral unfolded, Israeli officials confirmed for the first time they killed another top Hamas leader, Mohammed Deif, in an airstrike 3 weeks ago. These deaths sending shockwaves through the region as Iranian leadership vows to respond.
Fox's Trey Yingst in Tel Aviv. America is listening to Fox News.
Senator Chris Duenas is always focused, balanced, and ready. Focused on crime, Senator Duenas' MALIG legislation will put more police officers on the streets. Balancing our needs, Senator Duenas fought to get $20 million in additional education funds and $30 million appropriated to GMH. And Senator Duenas is always ready to take on Guam's newest challenges. His housing bills will allow for greater construction flexibility. Re-elect Senator Chris Duenas, focused, balanced, ready. Paid for by Committee to Elect Chris for Guam.
I'm Chris Duenas, and I approve this message.
New benefits are taking flight. Instead of 2 times miles, the United credit card from First Hawaiian Bank is now introducing 3 times miles on every dollar spent on United tickets purchased through United ticketing channels. Apply by August 31st, 2024, and if approved, you can earn 35,000 miles when you spend $1,500 within the first 3 months. Get on board with the First Hawaiian Bank United credit card. It all starts with yes. Terms and conditions apply. To learn more, visit a First Hawaiian branch or go to fhb.com/United.
The Air Force reveals the cause of a deadly Osprey crash last fall off the coast of Japan.
The U.S. Air Force revealing cracks in a critical part of a gearbox in a pilot's decision to keep flying despite warnings led to an Osprey aircraft crashing off the coast of Japan in November, killing all 8 on board. The crew were flying to Okinawa, a data recorder noting they received several warnings about vibrations on the left side of the drive shaft, which links the aircraft's 2 engines together, the gearbox part of its transmission. The military temporarily grounding the fleet made by Boeing and Textron, but says it's resumed flying them with some restrictions, noting there have been 4 fatal Osprey crashes in the last 2 years. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
A Pennsylvania judge says a man accused of beheading his father in their home is found competent to stand trial. Prosecutors say Justin Moan used a kitchen knife and machete to decapitate his father after shooting him to death. Then they say Moan recorded a video where he held up his father's head, identifying him as a 20-year federal employee while calling for violence against the government. New emergency shelter rules take effect in Massachusetts as no new overflow shelters will be open.
Sweeping new changes include a 5-day stay limit on migrants with overflow shelters already at capacity. But there could be some flexibility for some migrant families who may be allowed to stay up to 30 days, but that decision will be left to providers. Governor Maura Healey said she wants to protect the current law that Massachusetts residents have a place to go should they need the shelter system.
If you're a woman fleeing domestic violence and you've got kids, you've got a place to go. If you're a veteran, you've got a place to go.
Hundreds of migrant families are staying in 4 state-run overflow shelters in Chelsea, Norfolk, Cambridge, and Lexington. CJ Papa, Fox News.
At the Olympics, Simone Biles edged Rebecca Andrade of Brazil in the all-around gymnastics final to become a 2-time Olympic champion. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
I'm Tony Atta, and I approve this message.
Tony Atta produced quality legislation as a senator. Laws that prioritize our needs and keep our people safe. His Castle Doctrine legislation is the strongest law of the land, which allows us to protect our loved ones at home. But Tony's been serving our community long before he became a senator. So when people say, I'm glad Tony's back in politics, we say, no, Tony never left leadership. Vote Tony Atta for senator. It's time to bring back the quality. Shelley Calvo, successful entrepreneur, philanthropist, proud mother and grandmother. Shelley's broad experience spans from Silicon Valley management to chairing Guam's Homeless Coalition. As our senator, Shelley will create career opportunities for our next generation, pull people out of poverty, and will vigorously protect Guam's children from predators. Shelley is equal parts passion and compassion. If bringing values and unity to the legislature is important to you, please vote Shelley Calvo for senator.
I'm Shelley Calvo, and I approve this message.
I'm Vince Borja, a business owner with an MBA, a military veteran, and an educator. But life didn't start this way. My father was murdered in a drug deal, and I grew up on welfare in Guam's dollar homes. But I was determined to live a completely different life. Now, I'm running for senator to help build an economy that gives Guam's next generations career opportunities that don't include drug dealing. And your vote can make that happen. My name is Vince Borja, and I approve this message.
All right, it's time for me to talk. Ray Gibson Show at 6 after 9. Portions brought to you by the guys over at APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by the team over at NissanGuam.com and the World Wide Web. What is it they're trying to sell you today? How about selling you the fact that they want to put $8,000 back into your pocket? You make a deal with them on the Versas or the Sentras or a Kicks or a Frontier, and they're great prices on these things, and it's super gas mileage, super fun to own, and they will take $8,000 out of their pockets and put it into yours. And you can do with it whatever you want. You want to go traveling, that's fine. You want to go make leather belts out of brown tree snakes, we can do all of that stuff there as well. It's your $8,000. You decide. Terms and conditions apply. I don't know what they are. I'm not in the car business, but I can point you to the NissanGuam.com.
The Coconut Wireless is back. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
All right, let's get this thing online and underway Friday morning. And, it's always been my goal to make sure that we've got in the last hour of the program, or as much of the last hour of the program, somebody that is interesting. And earlier in the week, I ran across a really, really interesting video online. I think it was DVids that sent it out or something like that. And it was talking about a guy, and he's actually in the studio. Scott Vogt is in the studio and online with us. Buenas and Hafide, welcome to The Point.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Well, it's good to have you. It must be a big deal because in addition to Mr. Vogt in the studio, he's also got not one but two security members of the 36 Wing Commander in order to keep you as safe as possible. And I didn't realize that you had that kind of pull with the general.
Yes, sir, I do.
Yes, sir, I do.
One's a trained boxer. And,
oh, the girl?
God.
The girl or the guy?
The guy.
The guy's a trained boxer. Okay.
Well, I feel pretty safe.
Well, you know what? And there's always. I've yet to meet up with folks in this particular version of the 36 Wing that did not have an interesting backstory one way or the other. So I might delve into some of that. But I gotta meet. Got to spend a little bit of time and get acquainted with Scott Vogt. And you've got master's degree and all of that. It's super. It's funny because I just mentioned the name of a friend of mine, Shane, and you're like, oh, I know Shane. I know Shane. Oh, okay, yeah, well, hiking buddies, all of that stuff.
Small community with the
exactly
biological world on.
I didn't realize how small the community was, or conversely how big it is, because some of the people that he and I know have got really some incredible stripes in keeping track of the environment, the flora and the fauna that we have, and I think that's one of the more exciting things. I used to hike when I was younger, a little bit older now, and I found a group of hikers that I enjoy spending some time with. The less I say about that is the better. But it is amazing to me the depth and the wealth of knowledge that they have about what we've got here on Guam. People drive by it every day and have no inkling, no notion of just how grand the environmental experience is out there. And so you get to do this every day, and they pay you.
Yeah, I'm very lucky.
Yeah, definitely.
Very lucky.
So how'd you get into the Pacific area? before we launch into flora and fauna.
Story of my life.
Yeah.
I got out of graduate school, no job, so I joined the Peace Corps.
Mm-hmm.
I was in Africa for a couple of years. Get out, worked a lab job in Missouri, and applying for jobs all over the place.
Yeah, because you didn't want to get stuck in Missouri.
Yeah, and this was pre-internet days, and nothing's happening. So I got the Just Friends speech from a girl I was madly in love with. So I drove to Alaska, and I was working on fishing boats.
Oh, I'd love to. Oh, my God. I've been to Alaska. I've been to Alaska. It's just incredible scenery, incredible land.
Yeah, not Dutch Harbor.
But,
But,
okay.
So anyway, I got this job on Saipan, and I signed the contract in Dutch Harbor, and I was a happy boy.
Yeah, yeah.
And so I lived 4 years on Saipan, 95 to 99.
Okay.
Then I lived here on Guam. I worked at the wildlife refuge as a biologist.
Okay.
And then in 2002, the Navy offered me a job based in Hawaii. But every month I came out to do biological surveys on DOD lands, on Tinian, FDM, and sometimes Guam.
Okay. And what was the focus of that work here?
Monitoring wildlife populations.
Okay.
Tinian, sea turtle nesting, and moorhen, it's a wetland bird.
Yeah.
Endangered moorhen surveys in a wetland on Tinian, and then forest bird surveys on Tinian, megapode bird.
Never heard of it.
Sasangat.
Okay.
And it's the one buries its eggs.
We have that here in the Marianas?
Yeah, it's really cool. Not on Guam.
Uh-huh.
It would be an interesting bird to try to reintroduce to Guam because they bury their eggs so snakes couldn't get them.
Snakes can't get them.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit of a fighting chance. And, of course, brown tree snake monitoring and control.
Right. And so mostly that, and then I worked in Japan 5 years, and then I've been on Guam again since 2015.
You know, I feel like there's a save the blank bumper sticker that could go along with virtually every animal that you're talking about. I did not realize. Now, the moorhen, you're talking about monitoring the moorhen population in the CNMI, and we can, if you want to be specific to the islands, that's okay.
Yeah.
But is it an endangered species?
It's at a subspecies level in the Marianas, it's endangered. It's one of the most widespread bird species in the world.
I used to live in Tota Cañada Road, and they used to. This is 20 years ago now. There was some standing water. I think maybe you're familiar with by Carbolito Elementary. There was a puddle basically, and nobody could do anything with it because the moorhens had taken up a population.
We always say just add water.
Yeah.
And there's a lot at Start's golf course.
I'll bet. I think isn't there in a water catchment they've got up in Dededo next to the pharmacy?
Probably. Yeah.
And I recall going by there and seeing these hens in the water going, okay, that's a familiar species.
Yeah.
Are they migratory?
No, not really, but this is the local variant, the Marianas variant, that's listed as endangered. There's a different variant in Hawaii, again, subspecies, which is also listed, but they're in North America, South America, Europe, Asia, Australia.
So something...
But they're different variants.
Yeah.
The one here is unique.
Okay. And so we got to obviously monitor and control as best we can what happens to them.
Yeah.
How do they live and play well with brown tree snakes? I mean, like I said, there's these moorhens in a puddle near the school, and I know because I live down the street, there's brown tree snakes there.
Yeah. I don't know. I think mostly where they nest, on the wetland. Snakes, there's not that many snakes in that area. Monitor lizards, Helitai.
Yeah.
They can predate the eggs and the chicks.
Okay.
Because they actually swim really well.
Yeah, I've noticed that, and they're fast. They're fast runners. I'm a local boy. I used to like to catch those when I was a kid. 9:15 in the morning. So the reason why I brought him, I asked Scott to come to the studio, is because there's a video that I saw that was talking about fanihi, fruit bat, and what was interesting about it was that the video was shot and the fruit bats were hanging out in trees on the north of Guam.
Yeah.
I didn't think we had any here anymore.
Still do.
Okay.
We have on the Air Force Base about 100 or so. Now that number goes up.
Is it permanent residents?
Yeah. We just figured this out about 4 years ago. In like January, February, March, we get a big slug coming over from Rhoda.
Right, that makes sense.
And it can vary, it could be 200, but 2 years ago it was like 1,200 bats came over. And then by March, they go back to Rota. We assume they're not on the Air Force Base anymore.
Okay.
There's also a big colony of bats off of Cross Island.
Do they know where the fence is at the Air Force Base, and not because otherwise, there's people up in Matagwak that would be going to that have recipes for the.
Yeah, I know. We're not exactly sure where they forage at right now. They leave the roost in the evening, they forage all night, and then they come back just before sunrise.
Amazing.
And we're not
which is a pattern that they follow virtually everywhere.
Yeah.
Are they fruit bat here, or do they do anything about the bug population?
No, just fruit bats.
Just fruit.
Fruits and flowers. And we're trying to figure out exactly which ones right now. We're doing DNA testing on bat poop. And we have a specialist.
There's a job. Any airman in the room interested in going and collecting bat poop? No. It's got thumbs down on that one. But that's kind of an amazing additional part of the story about how did, as an example, he brought me swag. He's a nice guy. Brought me a hat that I'm going to wear proudly that talks about the Fanihi count of 2024. Has this already occurred? Have you already done it?
Yes, it has.
Okay. All right. Can you call me for the next one? Don't because Shane will have all the fun, and I will want to go.
Shane will know all about it.
Yes, he will. Okay, so I'll stay in touch.
If we know which trees, we know a few species like the Nunu tree. And the duk-duk, the breadfruit.
Okay.
Those fruits have high calcium content, and so that's good for the females when they're reproducing to produce milk. And if we know if there's more trees like that, we can, in our reforestation program, which is also one of my projects.
Which was the other interesting thing about what you're doing.
We can emphasize planting those trees. See, we'll take out non-native trees, remove non-native trees, and plant natives. And we're doing it on a fairly large scale, over a couple hundred acres right now.
That's amazing.
And no one's ever done this in the Marianas before. There's no book we can learn from. So how do you make native forest? What do you plant? How many do you plant? Per acre, or I think in hectares. And we're hoping to access some data from Rota that'll be published sometime in the near future, where they did a lot of veg surveys on Rota. And Rota's probably more pristine island.
Yeah,
and from the initial results I'm seeing, there's a lot of differences. And it's, they've got birds, they've got bats, and they don't have the number of deer and pigs that we do.
Right. So with the ungulates have are part of the factor that we've got to do here.
We have to what I would call de-ungulate.
Well, and I know our Department of Agriculture is trying to do that out in the non-base forest that we have, trying
to programs too.
Eliminate the pig population, which seems to me out of control. The deer, it seems to me, should be self-regulating because they're so tasty. You would think that there would not be an aggressively large population.
On DoD lands, it could be a little more difficult because DoD just doesn't want anybody running around their lands with a gun. It's just.
I'm not just anybody. I'm just, with me and I've got some boys. We could get together and go up there and help you cull.
We've got a deer pig specialist, Greg Borja, and we've got a volunteer conservation officer program where they do what they call depredation hunting.
Okay.
And you could volunteer for that, and you have to go to meetings. There's some responsibilities involved. It's not all just fun.
Right. But can we have the meetings at Carabao?
I'll ask Greg about it.
See if we can work something like that out. I think it would be fun. I mean, it's obviously hunting with a purpose, and you can take some out, give it to the mayors if you want to, and help out homeless people and that because it is good eating as I said. But okay, so going back to are you trying to recreate to whatever degree possible the flora and the, as you said, the trees that they might be attracted to on Anderson Air Force Base? And the long-term goal is to reestablish a permanent colony?
Well, we've got a permanent colony. We would like it to be bigger. We want to recover the species. It's listed as threatened right now.
What kind of numbers are we talking about? You said somewhere between 100 and 150 in the last count or so. What number would satisfy Scott?
Oh, 1,000.
Uh-huh.
I mean, haven't really thought about. We don't have like a target number right now. We just want
more.
Just more right now, and we want to. Is this work? Is this working? So we want to monitor population. Okay, we're planting these trees, and when you're docking forestry, you're thinking decades, not months.
Okay,
it takes a while for the trees to grow. Nunu and duk-duk seem to grow up really fast.
Yes,
but we're also investigating, and we'll be negotiating with to get a permit to do it. Snake trapping in the vicinity of where the bats roost. Because juveniles, there's a period where the baby's too big for the mother to carry around while she's flying.
Okay.
And it lasts about a month. And so she'll leave it on the roost.
The bat versus snake story.
Yeah. And then she goes and forage, and the younger one's on the roost, and that's when they're vulnerable to snake predation. So we would like to trap within or remove snakes within the vicinity.
A lot of moving parts on this. This is why I thought it was an incredible story, because it's not just we've got the bats, and there's a population to go back and forth between here and Rhoda, and we would like to have parts of the base area looking like Rhoda, so that they will come here and breed here and stick around and return to being the Guam deal. Quick question on that though.
I mean, we've got permanent bats on Anderson. 100 to 150. They're there all the time.
But if there's a larger population, you got to think about, I think, what the balance of nature is right now. And I'm not saying that we're introducing a species or that they would otherwise be invasive, but is there a risk involved with enlarging a population of bats? Do you think?
Not that I know of. No.
They're not gonna go and catch anything that we don't eat something we don't want them otherwise eating.
No.
They're not like apex predators.
No. I mean, they eat fruits and some of the flowers on the trees.
Any chance they might be eating rhinoceros beetles, or can they see little fire ants?
Unfortunately,
that would be awesome. We're talking. We're trying to get a hold of Chris Rosario,
One-stop shopping.
who I'm sure you know that. Apparently we've got this new bug here. What is it? The
beetle something.
Something beetle, plum beetle.
Yeah, there you go.
The plum beetle is supposed to be some new invasive species that we've got to deal with, and I keep hoping in the small mind that I have that maybe one of these days, a creature that's supposed to be here might be able to take advantage of and eliminate the population of invasives that we don't want.
Right. Biocontrol has a checkered history on that. We'll introduce something to eat something else.
Yeah.
And that's how a lot of islands got to the messes they are in now. So you want to be really careful about that. But if something native that munches on one of these invasives, I mean, that's probably a good thing.
Yeah, you just got to identify and figure out what it is. You're referring to something, and you said you were in Hawaii for a while, once upon a time, and they've got a story about introducing a species that was supposed to take care of their snakes.
Got a lot of them.
Many. This is how not to do this.
Yeah, right.
Just look at Hawaii. Didn't they bring in mongoose?
Yeah, I don't know the reason. It might have been rodent control or something. With brown tree snakes, it won't work because
one sleeps during the day and the other one is nocturnal.
And Okinawa's got a problem with mongoose for the same reason they thought they would control
the habu snake.
Yeah, but mongoose eat a lot of other things, not just snakes.
Yeah.
And I think in the early '90s or late '80s, they trapped a bunch of mongoose and opened them up, and like 1% had a snake. So it's just no.
There used to be. You could go to the cultural center in Okinawa, and they used to have that. You remember that? Okay, anybody old Pacific hands will remember the story. You go to the cultural center in Okinawa, and there's all kinds of stuff to do there. And the big exhibit for a long time was they would get a mongoose and a habu snake and make them fight to see who was going to be the winner. And then finally, it's you think in 2024. Oh my God, what an absurd thought! This is all kinds, so many levels of just issues dealing with the abuse of animals and making them fight for entertainment. But back in the day, it was Okinawa, there's nothing else going on between that and growing pineapples in the area. The whole concept, the whole conversation about these, the fanihi is a big deal. Like I said, a little boy born and raised on Guam. It was common for us to see them not necessarily flying around or not necessarily roosting, but seeing them in pots and pans. Is that something that, is there a point where Scott could say, the population of fanihi here on Guam is big enough now to support recreational and...
One, it'd have to be removed from the list.
Oh, yeah, there's that.
Yeah. I don't know. I can't give you a target number on that. I would need to know reproductive rates and survivorship, how many babies reach adulthood, that kind of thing. But I will say there's nothing inherently wrong with putting a season, hunting it and eating it.
Yeah.
Like I'm from Missouri.
There you go.
If it walks, crawls, flies, digs a hole.
Crawls on its belly like a reptile.
We got groundhog season. We got frog season. So there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
And is just the impact on the population, or how do I say it? What's sustainable might not be local demand.
Well, I don't know. Again, we're talking
with
about
snake predation. It's kind of a double whammy right now, but. I would love to have thousands and thousands and thousands of bats on Guam.
I'd like to be able to go to Payless and buy a bat every once in a while. I've thought about it many times. We're not that far away, literally, as the bat flies from places like Cairns, Australia. And which is the incredible biodiversity of that. In fact, that just little area of Australia is just phenomenal. And not too far away
I've
from
been to Cairns.
you know the trees I'm talking about. There's a park over here, and there's a big mass stand of I want to say they're mango tree. Is it? Do you recall what it might be? But it's there's a big tree in there, and there's got to be 1 million fruit bats on the inside of it. And then it gets to be dusk in Cairns, and you can hear the sound, that leathery sound of the leathery wing whooshing overhead as they go out looking for something to eat. And then likewise, early in the morning, you can hear them coming back into town. Never park your car under that tree. I think if you've seen it, you know what I'm talking
Get a
about.
lot of poop samples.
A lot of poop samples out there. The grosser part, I suppose, of the job. So many questions swimming around in my head. I kind of want to go back to the snakes, even though that wasn't the gist of the conversation.
But anyway, the bat hunting, we're not there yet.
Okay.
It's just, are we able to? Will we ever be able to get there? I don't know.
Are they?
You don't want to hunt it. You don't want to hunt. You don't want to extirpate them.
I don't know what that word means.
Get everyone on.
Oh, I see. Eliminate them.
You're like, well, it's part of the culture, and I agree. But if you get them all, your culture's a memory.
Right. Well, that's why it's a good thing that we've got them up in Rhoda, and that's a special treat for guys that go up there.
I think it's possible. Like, and the analogy I would use would be white-tailed deer in the U.S. Okay, in the eastern U.S., white-tailed deer were almost hunted to extinction in the early 1900s.
Didn't know.
And now there's too many. Several things changed. The culture of hunting changed. Effective law enforcement. And for the deer, it's kind of counterintuitive, but a lot of the habitat became better for the deer because they're edge browsers.
Oh.
And, with the development in the 1900s, a lot of edge habitat and a lot of farming habitat and stuff became. So deer numbers went, and then a reduction in predators.
With the development, the urbanization of certain of these other areas, it chased out all of their predators.
So can you repeat that with bats on a smaller scale? We got to get rid of snakes. Effective law enforcement kind of changed the culture. Like with deer, it became with the hunters. We can't get a doe; it's got to be a buck. The hunting culture kind of changed a bit. So we would need to maybe change the bat hunting culture here. Can't shoot around a roost. Bats flying away from the roost or not by the roost, maybe hunt those, that kind of thing.
I'll catch them with a net. That's one way to do it.
Right. I know that's a traditional way to do it before guns became popular here.
Yeah,
long-handled nets or stringing up nets made from plant material or like thorny stuff. Yeah.
So what about?
Still talk to some of the older people about that. It's really interesting.
The snake population that we have here on Guam. Let's spend a little bit of time talking about that, because that's something that I think is a little bit more for some people in some villages an everyday occurrence.
Right.
I have at my house in Tortu, I've got a snake stick that I use to catch snakes. I haven't needed to use it there since in the last 5 years. If I go visit my sister's house up in Barragata Heights, there's a snake hanging around on the fence virtually every night in certain places. And oddly enough, on the other side of Barragata Heights, same thing. Never seen a snake there. So they're very kind of narrow ranges that they go into.
Just fluctuations related to the prey in localized areas. And Shane could talk about this ad nauseum.
Oh yes. Yeah.
I think he did his PhD on this sort of thing. But in a localized area, you get more snakes, but then the things they're eating go down. And then when they go down, there's like a lag effect, and then the snakes go down.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
So it's possible that where I live in Tortu, there was once upon a time a lot more snakes.
Yes.
But whatever they were eating, they ate it all.
Theorizing on a Friday morning.
That's okay. So they go off somewhere else and annoy and endanger some.
But a lot of times people talk about the balance of nature. A lot of times it's not really balanced at all. It's more like these stochastic up and downs.
Interesting. This is a guy I've gone to school with. His name is Scott Vogt. And what is your actual title?
Natural Resources Specialist.
Okay. I was going to say, is there any money after that? If you're going to spend all that time in college and running around in the boondocks all the time, there better be some decent money on it.
I do okay.
I'm glad to hear that. Well,
I'm
he's
a government
good
employee.
Good enough. He can give me some swag. He's got his name on a book here, The Common Flora and Fauna of the Mariana Islands, and a beautiful bag here with a picture of the cycad. And I only just recently found out, this is fadang is what we refer to it, and I've just found out that there is a bug that is interfering.
It's called the scale.
Scale. I'm sorry. I thought it was a bug.
It's a bug.
Oh, I see.
But it's called a scale.
See, this is why I have to go to school for this kind of thing. So
And I can't give you more details than that, really, on the fadang.
Is it still new? The conversation, the discovery, is it still new?
No, it's been here for quite some time. It's been known, I want to say, like 10, 15 years.
So is the fadang population at risk?
Yes, it is, because of that.
Island-wide?
Yes.
There was once upon a time that fadang was tied in.
The numbers have gone down.
I was in the boondocks last week, and I got to tell you, it was a delight to see them because it has been a while. I was where I was hiking last weekend. I was able to find some fadang out there in the boondocks, and it was also nice because I was able to see a lot of feral, we call it star apple here, growing out in the boonies. They get eaten. Okay. Yeah, it's like somebody planted a tree and it bloomed, and the pigs know where that is, so they'll eat it and then scat all over the boonies.
What'd you call the tree?
A star apple.
It's got a local name?
I'm sure it does.
Bilimbinas.
Okay. What's that?
Bilimbinas.
Bilimbinas is the local name. Okay. Yeah, you see it in the stores, and I thought they were fairly healthy trees.
I know a lot of local names or the scientific name.
Good man. Good man. Well, you've been around long enough. Probably know all the good local names better than I do. I just know that I mistook. Oh God, I got a ration of it. We were on the lookout for a particular mango tree, and I looked at the tree and I said, that looks like a mango tree, and there's nothing on it. There's no mangoes on it because we're outside of the season already. But I'm pretty sure that's a mango tree. And as it turns out, it wasn't a mango tree at all. And this is why if I ever got lost in the boonies, I'd end up starving. On the subject of snow, you know what? Let me take a break here. I got a 9:32 in the morning. I'm going to come back from the break. We talk about snakes, and there's a lot of money that gets spent on snake. I always was hoping that it would be eradication, but as it turns out, maybe control is a better word for it. And it kind of leads me to believe that this might be something that we're going to be stuck with forever. And so, let me find out on the other side of the newscast and on the other side of the commercial break just how much there is to that. It's 9:32 in the Ray Gibson Show. What happened?
Oh, man.
Is it just commercials then?
No.
What happened?
Let me just
but did I catch you by surprise?
Yeah, man.
All right. Well, you do.
Man, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Just bring me back when.
No, let's do it now.
We can do it now. Okay, Joe. Now, news from KUAM.
Hoffaday, Guam. I'm Jonagan Charfris. Here's a look at 3 stories you need to know for Friday, August 2nd. Outside the People's House Thursday morning, the motorsports community peacefully protesting after a public hearing on a bill to open the former Guam International Raceway was canceled on short notice. Some having a heated conversation with Senator Chris Barnett, blaming him for pulling the measure. Guam Motorsports Association Chairman Hans Atta and Vice Chair John Birch were prepared to testify in support of Bill 235, which would authorize the Chamorro Land Trust Commission to lease all or a portion of the property to the association. It also includes a $300,000 appropriation to help CLTC address facility damages and to prepare the Jigo property for public use. Barnett says Appropriations Committee Chairman Senator Joe San Augustine's office mistakenly scheduled the public hearing under his committee when it should have been under Speaker Therese Terlahi's Land Committee as it deals with the CLTC. His letter, he says, simply pointed out the error. Next, the Guam Election Commission conducted a test election before the Saturday primary. Tomas Manglotnia spoke with GEC Executive Director Maria Pangilinan with the latest details and if they're all set for Saturday. You can check out their conversation right now on our KUAM News Facebook page. And finally, for 6-year-old Ava Cruz, who bravely lives with pulmonary cirrhosis, a chronic condition affecting her lungs and heart. She's had to fight through many tough days, but on her Magical Wish Day Thursday, her biggest challenge was deciding what to put in her shopping cart. The young girl checking off a retail extravaganza at Ross and a first-time visit to the village of Donkey from her wish list. Thanks to the Make-A-Wish Foundation Guam and CNMI chapter, Destiny Cruz was along for the fun, and you can watch it right now on our KUAM News YouTube channel. For these stories and more, visit KUAM.com. Also follow, like, and subscribe KUAM News on Facebook, Instagram, X, and YouTube. You can also watch our exclusive local channel now on Peacock by visiting peacocktv.com/local and start watching your favorite shows, movies, news, and KUAM TV8 today. For KUAM News, I'm Jonagan Charfris.
Hafa I'm Senator Jesse Anderson Lujan, and I'm running for re-election to keep improving life on Guam. We need to rebuild tourism, build a new hospital, improve public schools, reduce inflation, and fight crime. There is so much to do, and I need your support to continue this work. I humbly ask for your support and vote this election. Thank you very much. Maraming salamat po, and to Luz Maasa. I'm Jesse Lujan, and I approve this message.
At Guam Regional Medical City, world-class heart care is just a heartbeat away. GRMC is pleased to welcome board-certified interventional cardiologist Dr. Mahesh Gola and Dr. Bishoy Elbebawe, who specialize in advanced heart interventions to treat heart attacks, various heart and blood vessel conditions, arrhythmia, and more. For more information, visit grmc.gu or contact 671-633-GRMC, 671-633-4762.
Senator Chris Duenas is always focused, balanced, and ready. Focused on crime, Senator Duenas' MALIG legislation will put more police officers on the streets. Balancing our needs, Senator Duenas fought to get $20 million in additional education funds and $30 million appropriated to GMH. And Senator Duenas is always ready to take on Guam's newest challenges. His housing bills will allow for greater construction flexibility. Re-elect Senator Chris Duenas, focused, balanced, ready. Paid for by Committee to Elect Chris for Guam.
I'm Chris Duenas, and I approve this message.
The priorities of the leadership of the Guam Congress Building and Adelup are far from yours and mine. I'm a family man. The cost to take care of them is rising. As a small business owner, the economic climate is more challenging than ever. As a resident of Talafofo, our homes, relationships, and values in southern Guam are under threat. Vote for change this election year. A vote for me is the first step. Iba Guam.
Paid for by Ihoyu Sean Kamatata for Senator, William N. Regis, Treasurer.
Studio time, 9:36 in the morning. Having a great time, and giving Mr. Vogt an opportunity to catch his breath here, and talking with a couple of the airmen that are in the studio. They're actually with Public Affairs, but this guy, Mr. Garner, in front of me.
Mr. Garner.
Mr. Garner
Mr.
is.
Garner.
Let me see if we can get some of the images of these guys on the screen. You can get close to the microphone. It's on. You can see the red light. And no, you want to talk about levels of fascination. Every time you get an opportunity to talk to somebody, find out a little bit about what they're about. Mr. Garner is a boxer. He's a stand-up. But did you know there's boxing here?
No, I didn't, man.
There's a place apparently in Manila, right? What did you say it was? Laddie Boxing in Manila. Not quite, super gym or anything like that, but I mean, there's some place where you and your friends can go and knock each other around.
I wouldn't say necessarily knock each other around.
Well,
I'm by no means am I an actual boxer, but it is more of a right now. It's more of a fitness thing, and it teach you, the steps of how to.
Mm-hmm.
I have not
there yet.
I have not gotten in the ring or anything like that. Don't really plan to. It's more of a fitness thing.
I like that. Well, so jump rope. Are we king of the jump rope? Okay, gotcha. I'm just curious. I had endeavored that was going to be part of my fitness plan for once upon a time was doing jump rope, and I might be able to on a good day knock out about 100 per set, and then after that it's just amazing. You just sit there and sweat and catch your breath for about the next 20 minutes or until you finish the next beer.
It's good cardio.
It is good cardio. Good cardio. Anyway, I'm glad that you and what is that, Captain Martin are in the studio as well. Senior Airman Martin.
Senior Airman.
You're welcome. You stick around long enough, I'll make you the 37th Wing Commander. I have that kind of power.
Promoted.
Yeah, it's like that. Anyway, let me get focus the conversation back over here because we're talking about the gazillions of dollars that get spent, and I'm trying to figure out where in the DoD budget it comes from to provide for the monitoring, I suppose, control, if you will, of brown tree snakes here on Guam. Is there any success level in getting that? I mean, because I know you guys are pretty good at spending the money, regardless of what the source is. But where does the majority of that go?
I don't know. That's not my area of expertise, like the funding levels.
Okay.
But I mean, it goes for research. A lot of it goes for interdiction, making sure the snakes don't get up to Sinai or Hawaii.
Oh, I was going to say, so
And
controlling the population and making sure it just stays here.
Yeah.
And you're right, Hawaii, it would decimate their tourism
Right. Or
population.
CNMI.
Yeah.
But a lot of it does get spent here for research into control. But they're starting to do control on some of the areas in Marine Corps and one area on Anderson. Areas have been fenced and deungulated, I would say.
Yeah.
And aerial drops with this toxicant, the
aspirin, right?
Yeah,
A lot of jokes about that.
Yeah, oh yeah. They never get old.
Was there a level of success?
Yeah, it kills a lot of snakes. There's been some other research going on that, and this has been really helpful for us if we want to try to control snakes around the bat roost. The drops kill a lot of snakes, but a certain size class of snakes. And when you want to get all snakes, don't be wrong. These things are a good idea. But the snakes that are probably predating the birds or the bats are a little bigger and aren't they're not eating the dead mice. We've got to target them with something else.
Yeah, there was something juicy over there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Birds.
And birds and baby bats.
Yeah.
That aren't going to be able to run away or fly.
A bird bait.
Oh.
A bird bait, like a small finch or whatever, or something you can get on island. And I forget the species exactly.
Was a Sally? Shane used that? Was specific about that. The article I read.
We don't want to use those as bait, though. But
they caught about 400 of them from the other story I read. About 400 of the Sally were captured, fitted with radio transmitters of whatever identification bands and things like that. And then you want to talk about the sciencey part of all of this. Then you guys go out into boondocks and try to find the remains of these Sally birds. And I guess sometimes you get a bird that might have looked like it was it had been attacked and killed by a snake, but the snake was too small to eat the whole
couldn't
thing.
Get it down. The bird was slimed.
Right.
Mucus on it. Yeah.
And then there's another thing that you guys are also. I mean, you catch the snakes, and if it looks like a Tweety bird is on the inside, you cut it open and do the autopsy.
I mean, they'll do that anyway when they catch us. If there's a specific project that's going on, okay, we're going to collect snakes. Generally, they'll cut them open to see body condition and what they're eating.
Yeah.
The Solly project is interesting. They nest in cavities, like a hole.
The bird.
So they don't necessarily have a nest on a tree. So they nest on the base in the buildings, in the housing area. And the project also put up these nesting boxes on power poles that snakes couldn't get into.
Okay.
And they would forage in the forest during the day, and then mid to late afternoon come back to where they roost at. And we just did a census for them a couple weeks ago because the project has ended, and we kind of want to monitor the population to see how they're doing. And we've got about, 1,800 birds.
Cool.
On the base right now.
And nothing going to happen to them because you do everything that you can to control the snake population as stringently as possible on the base.
Or the birds have figured it out for themselves.
Yeah, we're going to go someplace where we don't see any snakes running around.
Like
the
that
power
bird,
stays on all the time.
People are seeing them in Agana now. There's some in Tuman, kind of urban areas where snake numbers are probably lower.
Yeah.
And they can get it on the side of a building that snakes can't access or some.
Now, something else to look for when I'm running around and doing all of that. Now, the other cool thing about the Sully is it is a great spreader of seeds, including, I'm sure you're familiar, you've heard the phrase Doni Sully.
Oh,
and Doni is a hot pepper, and you can grow the Doni in your backyard. But the best stuff, I'm told, is the stuff that was carried by the bird and dropped into the boondocks somewhere. So there are people that will go out there into the boonies and hike and go look for specifically Doni peppers in the boondocks, in the wild.
That's popular on Tinian. I've done a lot of work on Tinian, and I would eat dinner with a local family. I would do surveys on Navy lands there every month for like 6-7 years.
Yeah.
And
this is the part where there's low-key bragging coming up here. I can tell with the Tinian Doni #1 and the beef.
I'm from Missouri. We're not famous for like spicy stuff.
Oh, I see.
No, he would.
There's
my
no way to
friend
ramp that down.
Justo Sanchez. He would. You want to try some of this guy? No.
I know guys like you.
People look for the Donny and the boonies, exactly what you're talking about, and the Sally spread it.
It's amazing. So I'm glad that they're part of the program, but I'm also sad because they're getting eaten by some of these snakes and maybe not even digested completely by them.
Well, hopefully, I was talking about these reforestation areas. Hopefully we can do snake control. Again, the research revealed the snakes we want to target. And if we can get Sally going in these reforestation areas or even on the edge, that'll help with the reforestation because they're going to be spreading seeds.
Right. So that I can see the ABC of all of this.
Yeah.
But okay, so identify. I mean, a snake is, in my mind, a snake is a snake is a snake.
Size class.
Size. Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, size class.
So the little guys.
The medium guys, the mousedrops take care of.
Yeah.
The toxic.
Okay. The mice drops. Right.
Acetaminophen. The smaller guys are still kind of a mystery. The bigger guys looks like they go for these bird-baited traps or hand capture.
Okay.
You go out and look for them at night, bigger ones. So it's kind of, and I was telling these two as we're driving over, the analogy I use for like a lot of environmental stuff, how things work together, is the engine of your car. And I don't know how many cylinders your car has, but if I took out half the spark plugs, it wouldn't run so well. So the environment's the same thing in the ecology. But here on Guam, we're putting the car back together again. So we're wanting to get the spark plugs back in the car. So the things we got to do that. And let's say the Sally are like a spark plug. The environment's going to work much better if I have those there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fascinating. As I said earlier, the number of moving parts and the way everything seems to be interrelated.
And not everything is as important as something else. Do you know what I mean? If I cut a wire and your windshield wipers didn't work, you could still drive. It'd be a little bit harder during the typhoon.
Less enjoyable, but I could still get from point A to point
B. When we start talking spark plugs, things change. Are
there any others that in the conversation? We wouldn't talk some about ungulates and bats and tree snakes.
Fruit bats are important seed spreaders too.
Yeah?
Yeah. Some of the initial data, I talked about these veg plots or studies they did on rota. We're still waiting for the finalized report. And that's from the CNMI local DFW, Division of Fish and Wildlife, CNMI, who are doing some really good work. And they've got a lot more new trees on rota, a lot more than what we're seeing like up on Anderson. Even like an area on Anderson I consider a high density area for the new. It's like 10 times higher on rota.
Yeah, well, I wonder
Birds
why.
And bats.
Okay. And just over the years, a typhoon knocks down a tree and there's no bird or bat to drop any new seeds, so something else is going to grow.
And the Nunu, they survive typhoons really well because they got all those roots hanging down.
I've had to.
I've seen a few pushed over, but by and large, but a lot of the native
that's
species,
where the Tautomona live, right?
Yeah, I know.
Okay, good. They've taught you all the myth and the legend of it.
A lot of the native tree species handle the typhoons much better than the introduced species. Much better.
I'm almost speechless with the conversation. Speaking of trees, there's a particular tree, and much had been made about the Nelsoni tree. I want to say it's where's the last one standing? Is it on Anderson or is it over by Camp Loss?
Cervantes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was on. The mother tree was on Anderson. They've gotten a lot of seeds and
I heard
and cuttings and things from that tree.
So this is the part where I go in and so this guy's job obviously related to the military, and there might be some people running around that think that the militarization of the area is all about that and tanks and airplanes and bombs and things like that. But the fact of the matter is, I don't know that there have been better stewards for the land than people that have been entrusted.
I think we do a good job. Thank you.
I think you guys do a good job as well. We had this conversation yesterday with the Colonel Gavea over at Camp Blas, and I'm familiar with some of the work that is being done there to mitigate damages to the land itself, and any of the artifacts that might be just under the dirt. And they're finding them, and they've got mitigation plans in different ways that we are going to protect this as much as we possibly can in the shadow of the mission that you've got to do. And there's still a vital mission at Anderson.
The general rule, we negotiate with a regulatory agency. With me, it would be Fish and Wildlife Service. I talked about we want to do snake control in the vicinity of the bat roost. I can't just go out and do that. I have to get permitted, and I negotiate, or we discuss it with Fish and Wildlife Service. And say, okay, and they've got their own experts on it. So we kind of figure out how the best way to do it.
Is there a lot of overlap between what their missions are and what you are doing? Because, in addition to, right out your back door, you can look down the cliff and see where the turtles are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The part of Fish and Wildlife Service we deal with would be the regulatory part.
Mm.
So if
sounds fun.
Yeah. I wouldn't like to do it, but they got a job to do, and I think they do a good job with it. But if the person I'm dealing with is not an expert in that, they get a hold of someone that is, either within Fish and Wildlife Service, because they employ a lot of people.
Yeah.
A lot of them do hands-on research with the species really well, or someone else that doesn't work for them but is a well-known expert.
Well, and again, there is the kind of the fascination that I have with as many people that are experts in their field environmentally here on Guam. The depth of the knowledge that many of the people that you work with and the names that we've been dropping casually in the program here are guys that, this is the specialty, and there's no better place, I think, in the world to participate in those specialties than here.
Yeah, and then a lot of the really good Guam experts work for DOD. Marine Corps, Lauren Gutierrez is one of the better botanists on island. We've got a lot of really good people working for us.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you were here representing them. And I brought up turtles just because I was curious to what degree to what degree are turtles a big part of what you were looking at on base? You get involved in any of that?
Not much.
We have recipes. We have recipes for that as well, but we're not allowed to talk about that.
Yeah, I have a coworker. We've got we funnel a lot of money to UOG for a lot of our work. My projects. Most of them, we funnel money to UOG for their expertise. And the project design is developed between me and that person, that professor. And then they do the work. And sometimes I help in the field, but a lot of times it's these experts that are doing it and not myself. Like with the bats, it's a woman named Tammy Mildenstein who's out of Montana right now. She did her PhD on this bat species or different bat species, but similar in the Philippines. And UOG kind of subcontracted her. And this has been going on for 10 years. And she's like, the bat lady. She's very, very good.
Maybe the next interview, Joe.
Yeah.
We got the bat man in the studio, bat lady coming down. You were talking briefly about the Nelsoni. I call it the Nelsoni tree because I know the girl that named it. And you referred to it as the mother tree. It's like kind of
it was the last tree on Guam. It's called the mother tree.
Yeah. Let's underscore that. Again, for me, I want to underscore the nature of the work that is being done to ensure that it's the last one for now.
There's some on Rhoda, though.
I'm told they're all over Rhoda.
My understanding is maybe not all over. There's a few on Rhoda,
but not quite endangered. I mean,
they're not
talking
down to one, put it that way.
Yeah,
No, they're endangered.
So
even on Rhoda.
Yes. It's funny. And I, when everybody gives, like I said, the hard time to the military about this, I said, well, guess who's saving the Nelsoni, the tree of life, our cultural heritage here? Guess who's saving that? And it's the military that has decided that you've got seedlings from that mother tree
and cuttings
from that mother tree. Is there an attempt then to repopulate, outplant?
Outplant. Again, it has to be. Right now, they're doing smaller areas that have been fenced off. No deer and pigs. I think there's some areas on the refuge that they're doing outplantings too.
Yeah.
Again, you have to do that in conjunction with Fish and Wildlife Service and get permitted by them to do it.
Okay, so can I get one of these cuttings? Is there a store on the base that I can go to and grab one?
No,
I gave the hard, and I'm going to do it again if they miss the opportunity.
Okay.
But you got all these people that try to wrap themselves up in a flag over at the legislature, and we had an Arbor Day celebration, and they planted a bunch of plants in the yard over at the legislature that, frankly, anybody could plant in anywhere. I mean, I'm looking, and I remember saying at the time, why did you not reach out to somebody over in the DOD and get your own cutting of this plant or a seedling of this Nelsoni plant?
You'd need a permit from Fish and Wildlife Service for that.
The Speaker of the Legislature, we just write a thing and see what happens.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, what's the harm in asking? I suppose.
Oh yeah. I agree.
Can we get one of these things and put it someplace prominent?
You can always ask.
Yeah. I mean, are they impossible to grow?
I don't.
There's something. Do we special kind of plant food that we got to put in there?
God, one of the UOG professors is the head of that project, I believe.
We got to exchange cards before the day is done.
Dr. McConnell. I believe at UOG is in charge of that. Dr. Demilinare, I think she's also permitted to grow that tree.
They should plant them all over the place. If
Ron Gutierrez knows a lot about it.
As if it is a cultural thing, as big a deal as they make it, then I think every village ought to have one that's planted someplace central.
Even something not endangered. A lot of the native tree species make good ornamentals, or good shade trees.
Oh yeah, trying to grow some in the house as well. My thing is, in my backyard, the goal is it either has to be unbelievably pretty or it's got to have some kind of fruit attached to it. And I'm struggling. I'm struggling with a guava plant. And don't ask me about the doni plants that I've adopted at my home. I've managed to kill every single one. Is there myth and legend in the last couple of minutes of the interview? What's the most misunderstood thing about your job, your career?
Oh boy.
Do you ever have somebody come to you, ask you to do something and say, not practical, kind of impossible, but thanks for asking?
Oh, I don't know. A lot of times, maybe snake control. Why can't you just catch them all?
Ask the guys in Cocos.
Yeah, exactly.
Ask the guys in Cocos. Yeah, one of these days I want to go on one of those overnight trips. Yeah, I mean, I don't like snakes, and so I'm the perfect guy to catch them, and I will dispatch them.
It's a much trickier nut to crack
Gotta be.
than what people think. You can't catch them all. Well,
so we're stuck with them.
They're everywhere.
Yeah, we'll be stuck with them
for the time being
until we come up with.
Now there might be do you need to eradicate every single one to get some birds back? Probably not. What's the level we need to keep them at? That kind of thing. I don't want to say never, well, I do want to say never. But it might be we've got to learn to live with the snakes, but there's a certain level we can keep them at to have some birds in some areas.
Yep. Where we've got the big everywhere. Fence and we got a greater degree of control. Legislature. Sorry, I had to throw that in there. It's a government, all of that stuff. 9:56 and change. Mr. Vogt, I appreciate you coming by. I appreciate you bringing a book and a bag and a hat that I'm going to, like I said, wear proud. Does Shane have one of these?
I think he helped out the last bat.
Okay, I'll check.
He probably does. That goes to the people that help out with the bat count.
I'm just helping out with the conversation about a bat count.
Getting it out to the public.
Hopefully we get a lot more interaction. I got an opportunity here to take the last break of the program. This is going to take it to Fox News if Real Joe pushes the buttons right. So for Real Joe, Jerry Roberts, Donna D, the guest of the program, and everybody that's participated all week long, thank you so much. Have a great weekend. Try to stay safe and dry, and we'll catch up with you on Monday when we get to talk about the results of the primary election.
Every Monday at FHP Island Optical is Mystery Monday. Spin the wheel and receive amazing frame discounts up to 15%. Or hit the wild card for $40 off. Seniors, you'll save an extra 5%. Use your optical benefits, some conditions apply. And choose from our store-wide frame selection. Don't miss out on Mystery Mondays, where your new look is just a spin away. FHP Island Optical is located in Tamuning at the Century Plaza. FHP Island Optical, Guam's premier eyewear boutique.
Looking for a way to unwind after a long day? The Hilton Tree Bar has Budweiser Happy Hour every day from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. Enjoy 50% off on all Bud family beers, wines by the glass, and single mixed drinks. Half off on your favorites like Budweiser, Michelob Ultra, Grey Goose, and so much more. The Budweiser